Ya, sawa nimerudi. Sijui karibu Google Map inipitishie Curaçao bwana. Nilikuwa nimepotea kidogo. Kanipitishia huko. Sijui ni wapi. But finally nimejikuta nimefika. Let's start with Gachagua in the barrio. It's important. Kulaani watu, which was taken positively by the populace, na kupeana mwelekeo. I think Gachagua is known for mwelekeo. Yeye chama yake ya DCP ameamua kuifunnel kabisa, so yeye amedeclare leo pia kwa bari amedeclare chama ni green. That's what he said. I think I will begin from there. So where is Gachagua? Let's begin with the Gachagua in the barrio. Gachagua. So Gachagua ni mezo. So let's begin with, yes, James, you are the first one. You are the only one, actually. I can confirm. With the definitive.
Wetu na kanisa la Kristo, familia ya James Muigai, familia Zakaria Gakinya, gavana wetu aliyebadilisha, senator wetu John Medho, mheshimiwa wa Lukalau Same Douglas Kamau Waweru, waheshimiwa wabunge na watu wote Lukalau na Nyandarua mwathani yagoshwo ringi. Familia ya James Muigai na Zakaria Gakinya, nimefika hapa na mke wangu pia kuja kusema pole na kuwa pamoja na watu wetu wa Lukalau na watu ya Nyandarua katika hii sherehe ya kuwasidikisha hawa wazalendo wetu. Tuna uchungu sana kama watu ya Nyandarua na watu ya jamii yetu ya kwamba hawa wazalendo wamekufa, sio kwa sababu walikuwa wagonjwa, sio kwa sababu walikuwa na ajali ya barabara, walikufa kwa sababu William Ruto ametumana wauawe ndio angaishe jamii ya Wakikuyu, ati ndio tujue yeye ni rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Sisi karibu sana gavana Wanjiku Moi, apigia makofi. Karibu sana. Sisi tulikuwa na uchaguzi wa amani na watu ya Nyandarua, watu ya Lukalau walikuwa na amani. Walichafua amani ni polisi ambaye walitumwa kikosi maalum na William Ruto na Murkomen ikisimamiwa na wabunge wetu. Wakaangaisha kila mtu na wakaua hawa wawili, wakajeruhi watu zaidi ya 20, wakanajisi akina mama na wakatuacha na uchungu mwingi sana kama watu ya hapa. Mimi nataka niseme ni sawa. It's okay. It is now clear ya kwamba William Ruto ametangaza vita na jamii yetu. Amefuta watoto wetu kazi kila pahali. KRA amefuta watu wetu. Kwa jeshi amefuta watu wetu. Kwa polisi amefuta watu wetu. Manyumba yetu wamemomoa huko Nairobi. Ametuma wahuni kuharibu biashara zetu. Wale wako na pending bills ya hii jamii amekataa walipwe. Amenyang'anya watu biashara zetu. Juu ya hiyo sasa anatupiga vita ya mwili. Ameamua kabisa kuangaisha hii jamii. Tunamwambia ni sawa. Hayo yote umefanya, makosa ni yetu, kwa sababu sisi wenyewe ndio tulikupatia mamlaka ambayo unatumia kutuangaisha. Na sisi tulikupatia mamlaka ambayo unatumia kutuangaisha. Hiyo mamlaka tutakuondolea mwaka ujao. Hutaangaisha sisi tena. You have declared war on this community, is okay. Na tumekubali. We will correct the situation next year. But I want to tell you, many things you have done against this community has made our people very angry. But the attack on our churches, the shedding of blood in Olkalau and elsewhere, has completed the radicalization of the Kikuyu nation. You have now a radicalized community. And if you don't know William Ruto, this community faced the British colonialists after they took our land and raped our women and drove the white settler out of this land. President Moi, your kinsman, persecuted this community for 24 years. It drove him away. You have touched the wrong number. And now that you have declared war on this community, is okay. Wewe ngoja utaona vile utapelekana na hii watu. And you don't seem to learn. Siku tumekujwa nawe hapa captain kwa masishi, nilikuambia. Waambia wachana na hii watu ya Olkalau. Na hukusikia. Ukafikiria ati utalete pesa hapa. Na unatukana hii jamii, unasema ati sisi hatuna msimamo, ati sisi ni malaya ya pesa. Sasa hiyo pesa yako imekupeleka wapi? Si ametumia pesa hapa karibu 16 billion. Your money means nothing to this community. It is dirty money with Gen Z blood. You cannot change the stand of this community even if you spend what amount. And that should get in your head now. Nimeona ukisema ati utapigana na goons. How? There are no goons. These are rogue police officers who are being called goons. Nimeona huyu kijana yako anajiita waziri hapo akipongeza ati IG, I have confidence in you. Yes, you have confidence in IG kukubalia wewe kuangaisha hii jamii. Because huyu IG amekukubalia kuangaisha watu ya jamii hii. So, mimi nataka niseme it's okay. Acha sisi tutulie. Hatuna maneno mingi, tunyamaze. Mimi nataka wasanii wetu sasa waanze kutunga nyimbo ya hii mauaji vile tulifanya wakati ya JM Kariuki. Nataka nyimbo katika hii mlima zianze kutungwa ya huyu William Ruto na vile ametufanyia kama jamii. We shall speak through songs going forward the way we normally do when we are under stress and when we are under threat as a community. All our artists, you must come up with strong songs with a message that the community is under siege, it is under attack, it is under persecution by one William Ruto. And you must go ahead to tell the people what they must do next year. Those are the songs we shall sing for the next 1 year. Watu warudi kwa mashamba, watu warudi kwa biashara yao na wanyamaze. Wanyamaze. Ukisikia unakasirika, unaimba nyimbo, unanyamaza. Si ndio? Si iko namna hiyo? That is the way we shall work. Yugani doka kuga kwa ina mete muno niraka aithio twamuthurire agitugaruruka tukimunengera ruhia turangire aratuhuthira gutucaranga ni aroragire ciana cia Gen Z arabanga uria kunina nyumba ino ya Gikuyu na Mumbi utire thina chuma yake eri riko na mwakunyaniria ruriri aria murahuthirwo ni ruto guita thakame ya Mugikuyu murore one tiri uyu witu wa Gikuyu na Mumbi na mutikona thayu maisha-ini manyu mothe. Kimani wa Ichung'wa we niwe warehaga mbeca cia mikora ihuri andu aitu ndukona thayu na ciana ciaku. Faith wa Irimu wagitau mami mwaganu we ngero iria wagera Nyandarua we wagera ngero waita thakame guku we twagutigira Ngai Kwenya Mushira na mubunge wa Ndaragwa uguo niguo mwatwika ma uguo niguo mwatwika no wega kimaramari kia ruriri gitwo Moses Kuria we uguo niguo watwika kawaji ko wenda guteithirie Kiamba ino niyo ngatho yaku kwi ruriri ati ngari iria irarehete mikora irari ciaku. Irene Njoki wa Habati we thank you. Susan Kihika we wa Naikuru micemanio yothe ya kuraga na kaya na kuhura Gikuyu irabangagirwo gwaku. Sabina Wachege we muratura guku na Waiganjo ukibanga uria andu makuragwo we ani wa muratha we thank you niguo atwika wa Mumbi we na Mukaguo Beti thank you na thank you huthire Waine Ruto tu amuhuthire kuaranga nyumba yanyu na kuminina na kunina andu aitu ne thank you no turona na gutire thina yei na mbere acibo maitu ndamuthaitha andu aya mutongoragia ikarai nao wega tondu mutire kungi gwa guthie no guikara na andu aya njuge ni ndacokia ngatho andu akarau onoko twina kihareke twoe mweke uyu kuga ne thank you ni muratwikire wega muno ta ruriri ma kuma ngoro yakwa thiini amukirai ngatho ciakwa muraheithirie Mugikuyu gitio Kenya ngima ati mamuraregire mabilioni ma mbeca na iratu na meri na mugithi na ngasi murauga inyu mutiakagwo macuru mamoroga mutingeendia ruriri andu akara wa mukirai ngatho ciakwa muri abata na muri agoro muratuheithirie gitio Mugikuyu riu ni muhe gitio Kenya ngima na inyu andu akara uma mutiwikane muyo mureikire tamenya andu marauga ati mwanake utahikanitie enda mucii wake kugia itungati acaria muhiki wa karau katiguo ona ndiraigua nginya buroti goko ni ikugia goro karau ina ngumo karau iragwetwo Mombatha ikagwetwo Githumo ikagwetwo Loitoktok andu maroria kuu karau niku ati andu mangeheo mbeca mabilioni na matirenda kumenya ni mwatuheithia gitio korwo kwi mundu uraigua kenete ni andu akarau ni rigathi wa Gachagua urugia ni muratwikire wega muno na gutire ringi mundu gathakana Mugikuyu gutire mundu gaturuma ringi ta nyumba na ni muronirie Ruto inyue muhana ngari ya Isiri namba 9 na namba 6 ati no korona mundu rucini thaa 8 akore wewe mundu ungi uyu Ruto atuonete utuku na tuwe wega twamuheire kura ni agatuona mwaka uyu roka na thengio ni tondu kiama ni kimwe na uguo rauga badilisha niguo green ni utonga wa bururi kiama ni kia DCP kawe kiama kingi na mimi niseme hapa Mlimani tutakuwa na operation fagia si ndio ya kufagia wasaliti wote watu ya UDA na watu ya Ruto kuanzia MCA MP, senator, governor, women rep mpaka president. Na hapa Mlimani tumekubaliana na jamii, watu wote watachaguliwa, viti yote 6 ni chama ya DCP. Kutoka hapo nimeingia kwa Wamasai, wote wako DCP pamoja na Nairobi. Alafu mimi nitaenda kutafuta marafiki huko magharibi na kila pahali. Lakini sisi tutajipanga ndani ya chama yetu. Tulipata shida kwa kwenda harusi na gari ya mtu mwingine. Kufika kwa mtu akatuambia tushuke, tukawachwa kwa mataa. Sasa tumejipanga na gari yetu ya DCP. This is the party of the moment. And there will be a wave that has not been witnessed in this region since 1992. Na kura yetu, tutapiga kura ile inaitagwa ya fujo. Kura ya kufukuza mtu, sio ya kuchagua mtu. Na hiyo kura ni tamu sana. Si ndio? Ni tamu, si tamu? Wangapi wataamuka saa 9 kufukuza William Ruto? Basi. Ya mwisho niseme asante. Nilipoambia nyinyi muamuke saa 11, mliamuka saa 11. Nilipoambia nyinyi mpige kura mpaka saa 5, mlikuwa mmemaliza. Kwa sababu nilikuwa na habari wataleta furugu baadaye. Hao maafisa wa polisi wametuhangaisha, wamepigwa transfer. Kuliko washtakiwe. Mimi nataka nihakikishie nyinyi, hawa wale waliua hawa hawatashikwa. Ni hao polisi wameenda transfer na wanajulikana. Lakini nataka nihakikishie familia ya kwamba there is no time limit in criminal acts. Next year, mwezi ya 10, hao askari waliua hawa tutawakamata na wataenda kotini, watashtakiwa. Wale maofisa walivamia kanisa ya Mwiki, next year watakamatwa, wataenda kotini. Wale machifu ambayo wamehangaisha watu hapa, next year tutawafuta kazi, tuandike machifu wengine wapya. Na mimi nataka niambie police officers, 95% of you are very professional. Wale 5% mnatumika vibaya. We are documenting your acts of commission and omission. Next year we'll take action against you. Na sisi tukiingia serikali, kazi ya kwanza is to clean up the National Police Service. To weed out all wrong police officers and to terminate the services of those wanakataa kuchukua hatua wakiona hatia inatendeka. All chiefs and assistant chiefs ambaye watageuka raia, instead of serving the people, you want to do politics and create violence against your own people. We are documenting. We'll send you home. And itakuwa namna hiyo. Enough is enough. Shaigana shekata. Shaigana shekata. Yeko gwadwa kala unadwa nyada arwade mushokerie gatho. Amoje tukirie mwanake weta kwa methode murere. Demukurie. Niguo mukwenda. Arero kada karero. Akurio kada akurio. Wajikwa muhia gatha itu ya rurire wa kuria Kibibiri. Rĩrĩa andũ a Kĩbĩbĩri mamũcokie mangĩtĩkĩra, tondũ nĩ akĩte wega na akarũgama na nyũmba yao. Kamau nĩ ndona nĩ wanjia kũrora mawega ũrĩa ndĩrendaga. Ndakena. Ũguo nĩguo ndĩrendaga. Ndĩramũhoire na gĩtĩo na nĩ thengio. Ndĩrarĩ na thigari 18, ndĩramwĩra mũnyongere, rĩu ndĩ na 19. No ũyũ mwahe kayanga nĩ mũrũka nĩ akuĩ metho rĩu. Ũrenda igua kĩaria haha rĩ. Niĩ rĩgari wa Gachagua nĩ ndakena. Ucio nĩ mũthigari wa bata na wa goro. Amũkĩrai ngatho ciakwa andũ a Karaũ nĩ kũhe mũthigari wa rũrĩrĩ ũtangĩendia nyũmba yao. Nĩguo ngwenda kũmũhoya mũngombithie we thikũ 4 thiĩ nake Mĩrũ, andũ a Mĩrũ nĩ marenda kũmuona. Nĩ mwahewe, nĩ mwahe thikũ 4 acoke. Andũ a Mĩrũ maranjĩrire ũko tũrehere mwanake ũcio tũrenda kũmuona, nĩgetha tũmenye andũ a Karaũ nĩ abata. Inyuĩ andũ a Karaũ rĩu na mũkendia mũirĩtu, mũkendia goro. Mũtikendagio ũguo. Mũirĩtu wa Karaũ arendagio goro, tondũ nĩ mwehotanĩra. Nĩ mwehotanĩra. Nĩ mwaheithia Mũgĩkũyũ gĩtĩo gitahiana gitio ni ona ndiri na ciugo cia kuigana kumucokeria ngatho ngutura ndimwendete na ndimutite mayake wethe mwathani akunjiga moyo nie ndi mutongoria wanyu ni mwahithia gitio Kenya ni mwateithia methu ni mwateithia wanjikwa wa muhia na mwateithia ruriri na ni mwerekire wega muno na ithuĩ nĩ twamwĩhoka muno na twamuikia mbere muno niĩ ndĩmwĩre Ngai atuteithia mwaka ũyũ ũroka tuone thirikari marĩ ngamũrĩha na kũmũrutĩra wĩra maũndũ macio mothe mũrarehagĩrwo ma kĩnyũrũri tũkamũrutĩra wĩra rĩu wa gĩtĩo nĩguo andũ a Karaũ niĩ nĩ mũgũthura atongoria ega na acio othe marakunjanĩire rũrĩrĩ mũtũteithie mainũke othe mathiĩ mũciĩ meroragĩre mathikagĩrĩrie habari redio-inĩ ũrĩa kũrathiĩ maiguage ũrĩa gwatindwo ũrĩa kũhiana tondũ nĩ andũ matarĩ ega na nĩ andũ matũrehera thĩna mũnene mũno ta rũrĩrĩ niĩ ndikwenda gũkĩria hau ngwenda kuga poleni na njuge twana tũu twatigwo twĩha twana tũu wapi hiyo watoto wa yule Gakinya twĩha twana tũu
Yeah, so that was Gachagua today, really giving one of his most pivotal speech in Mount Kenya. As you know, he has enthroned himself as the kingpin in Mount Kenya. As we continue with the discussion, kuna kitu nataka msikilize hapa. Comeback ya Gachagua from Ruto.
Relax. Hii siasa sisi ndio mafundi wa hii kitu. A few moments later.
Nimepata comment nyingi sana wasi wakiniambia wewe tutafutie reply ya Richi. Richi aliply jana usiku. Alisema hivi.
I've had the president William Ruto says yani food ya siasa. Relax. Sisi ni maengineer. And we shall allocate him work as a fundi. You know engineers design. Yeah. Engineers design and supervise construction. Yeye ni mtu ya kufanya. Wakamwacha akiwa paralyzed.
But before one take, ulikuwa unafikiria kidiki alikuwa anaambia nani?
Unaenda unaahidi vitu mingi, alafu haujafanya na unakuja kuongea na hao wananchi.
Hivi viatu tutaanza kutengenezea in another 2 years. Hivi viatu tutakuwa tunaagiza hatujui kutoka wapi. Tutakuwa tunatengeneza.
Unaenda unaahidi vitu mingi, alafu haujafanya na unakuja kuongea na hao wananchi.
Tunachinja ng'ombe, tunachinja wanyama 3,000,000 Kenya. Tunachinja ng'ombe, tunachinja wanyama 3,000,000 Kenya. Kila hapa mbele miaka michache utakuwa likwa kwa kuwa na miti katika shamba yako.
Unaenda unaahidi vitu mingi, alafu haujafanya na unakuja kuongea na hao wananchi.
Anzeni kujipanga. Mimi nimefanya kazi na baba miti. Women will no longer use jembes to till their land. Government will import between 7,000 and 10,000 tractors into the country.
Unaenda unaahidi vitu mingi, alafu haujafanya na unakuja kuongea na hao wananchi.
I want to promise the country that in the next 8 to 12 months, we will have the cheapest smartphone in Africa. Manufactured in Kenya.
Unaenda unaahidi vitu.
Yeah, I want to begin from the Monica Njiro Karibu, Wanjiru, and Stony PK. There was that serious comeback ya Gachagua when Ruto alisema yeye ndiye fundi wa siasa. Gachagua akasema wao ni maengineer. But forget about that. There was this issue of Ruto saying Kenya itatengeneza simu. Stony PK, kuna Mkenya umesikia ako na simu ya kuna Mkenya amenunua simu imetengenezewa Kenya? Because Ruto said kungetengenezwa smartphone ya ngiri 5. So how many of us wamenunua hiyo simu ya ngiri 5 made in Kenya na iko na label made in Kenya? It is not from South Korea, US or wherever. Okay, Stony PK, karibu.
Asante Njiro. Topic ya leo umeweka ni gani?
So sijui nataka Nothing much. Topic in one-term mobilization. Are we mobilizing right?
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a very open. Actually, the discussion should be very, very wide. I have some clips I would want us to play.
Okay. Ukiniwekea hapo naweza cheza tu. If you think unaweza weka hapo.
Because Njiru, we have come from very far. We've been on a journey, and one of my friends who is a captain of a ship, wanafanyanga hizi long cruises. He tells me that when you are, unlike when you are captain of an airplane, when you are captain of a ship, huwa ukishaingia high seas, you rely on the compass, okay, and huwa inakuonyesha direction, but then you also are conscious of the waves and the zinaitwa nini hizo mawimbi, because they influence the journey and they can turn, and sometimes if you are heading south, they can decide and they can be so strong that wana ship inaweza geuka. So what the captain, what they do, other than relying on the technicality, the technical issue, the gadgets, they also use the eyes, ile human sight, ile what they could be rolling for like an hour, but one of them has to actually look physically. Yani ile unainua unaangalia what the compass is saying, alafu unaanza kuangalia juu. When you start looking up, ukitafuta ni kuangalia signs za something like the sun. If it's at night, you are looking for the moon. Why do they do that? That they have to not only trust the whatever they are called scientifically, the technical bits of it, but they need to confirm through the physical thing. Why am I giving you that analogy? That we are on a journey. We've been on a very long journey. And in this journey, one of the things that comes out very clearly is that there is where the majority of the people want to go. But unfortunately, the majority of people also get overridden, overwhelmed by the minorities, who most of the time are the tycoons, they are the influencers, they are all that. Because you will hear somebody saying that because Njiru has been appointed, then he's now the spokesman of Embu community. Is that true? It's not. And that narrative has to change. You see, the fact that you've been elected maybe as a senator of a county, and then, of course, it's a competition of 3, 4, 5 of you, then you win by 200 votes or 1,000 votes. Then the other one who comes after you has so many other people. Let's say you get 15,000, then your second person gets 14,500. So do you still believe that you are the sole mandate to determine what that area of jurisdiction or what direction that area of jurisdiction should take? I don't think so. Because you have that other, you got 51 plus 1%, and then there is the 49 here. So what makes you think that you have the authority of ignoring that 49% just because you won by 50 plus 1? And that is why democracy becomes a piece of shit. Okay? Because now it lies to people that now you are the one to do all the things, call the shots, do whatever you want arbitrarily. That is dangerous. Now, why I'm bringing you on this journey is we've been talking about these issues. Now the climax of it is what we saw in Orkalau. that Kenyans are fed up of the current government. A statement was made. Statement was made in Mbere, statement was made in Malava, a statement was made in Coast and all that, but the government of the day subdued, or they did what they did to create a perception that they are still credible and that they are still the ones that people think, which is not true. It's not true. Now, because that is not true, and those who have the opportunity of talking and voicing are those, the minority that we have talked about, the Bwenyenyes, the people who have the money, the people who can call private conferences, the people who can do podcasts. They are the ones who are trying to show and create a narrative that the government of the day is still popular. So how do you want us to try and dwell on, is it true that it is popular? People are talking of Ruto being able to get re-elected. And I would want us to research so much so to show what the grassroots is thinking about that subject of Ruto's being re-elected. Other than listening to the Gachaguas, the mothers, those who are obviously have the platform, how would we be able to get the voices of the voters, the real voters? I tend to think now the podcasters, those of us who are able to do this, we should try to design mechanisms of being able to reach to the voices of the real voter. It happened in Olkalau. I saw people, what we call, I saw bloggers, I saw people, social media people, private, and reaching all the way to Akina Mamas and getting their opinion. I saw clips of real thing. You find somebody anakula miwa mahali nini, somebody at the village seated, unamuuliza hapa itakuaje, unamwambia hasa inaonekana, anakuambia hapa already tunajua ni nani na tunajua tutafanyaje. Then of course you try to twist him a little bit, ati hapana, je mkishindwa. Then the person says so confidently, hapa atuongee juu ya kushindwa, hapa we know what we are, and then the outcome was that, exactly that. What I'm saying here is that you see somebody coming with the theories that we have in our academics, that when you are interviewing, you have to carry both sides. But here the voter is telling you, hata usiniulize hiyo side nyingine, ati kama mtu wangu hata shinda nitafanyaje, because hata shindwa. What does that tell you? That somebody who is going to vote tomorrow early morning has 110% that can already, the decision is that the candidate will win. We try to downplay that for the sake of academics, the sake of saying that people have different opinions. We try to downplay the statements that are already concreted. We try to, we bring theories to balance that despite our tutano kusema hakuna otherwise, then we start saying, what if the other 3 or 4 people umeinterview watu watano and all of them, 5 of them tells you hapa inaenda A, then you go looking for the 6th person for you to try to prove your academics and all that. Now that brings me to this question as I pose. The coming elections 2027, the Kenya elections 2027, and especially the presidential election, is it an election just like any other? That's my first question. Because I found pundits trying to discuss and portray it as if it is a normal election. Ni kawaida tu, Wakenya tutaingia 2027, ni kawaida. Last 2022 mtu alikuja na bottoms up, sasa ati atakuja na story ingine, and Kenyans will begin weighing hii story amekuja nayo ati kama ni sawa ama si sawa. then weighing against Historia Njiru ama Stone PK. I want us to interrogate, is that the case for Kenyans 2027? What are the Kenyans feeling about election 2027? Because I've seen a narrative being coined by those people, and there are so many thousands of bloggers and media who have been bought by Ruto, because of course the government has so much money that now they have even bought any channel. Hata Njiru ukiwa tayari wewe utapata pesa. All right, mimi yangu, I have got so many messages on the Stone PK channel, and that's why I said I'll not open it for a while, because I don't want to have problems. I saw very funny messages coming in, you know, trying to introduce partnerships and all that. Njiru don't those. Watu watakupigia kelele, utaanza akina Kipu watakuja hapa na mabomu. So Njiru, what I'm trying to say, and my big question is 2027, this is the journey we've been going on, and the climax of the journey, the indicator yani ile mumeenda mahali nilisema captain anasimama kuangalia ship inaenda wapi, tulisimama Olkalau tukaona ship iko kwa direction ile tunataka. So na hiyo direction tunataka is not direction ya kusalimiana na kulambana na kupigana makisi. To me, my analysis is the direction of life or death. But to some people, ninasikia it will be a direction of ni kawaida, elections zimefika, na those kind of a thing. Let me pause there.
Yeah, kweli. So Bwana Stone PK, I agree, and you know, kama saa hii mi kulingana vile naona the way we are doing mobilization, there are so many things which we need to look at very keenly. Yeah, for instance, kama leo kuna kitu nimeona, I don't know how true it is, na nimesikia pia majamu wa DCP wakiongea, ni history ya Malala, for example. Have you heard Malala could be vetted by Ruto? You are mute.
Ati Malala could be vetted.
Malala could be vetted by Ruto to be a minister for agriculture.
And then
si akikuwa vetted ni kupewa kazi ama hiyo list ilitolewa ilikuwa list fake. And can you confirm to us Winnie Odinga as tourism, Malala, yeah, kuna watu kama waine who should be vetted. I think ilikuwa inaonekana ni kama ni list imepeanwa parliament. Is that list serious all? And it left me like very much shocked, because these are some of the people who we have been working with. I also scared like they could be vetted by Ruto.
No.
Then
yes. Go ahead.
Then the other thing which I wanted to ask you is your list might be true. Anna anasema hivyo, your list might be true. Okay. Then the other thing I wanted to ask you is in the barrio, which was in Orokarao. Yeah, where we saw Gachagua expressing food authority and also thanking the people of Mlima. But he insisted on his political party. Ni kama alisema chama ya Mlima ni DCP. You can also comment about that. Then you can also comment about the new promises zile Ruto ameamua kufanya. I think they are part of the dying horse, where he has started now to do extreme promises. Ameambia vijana wa university watakuwa wanasoma bure without proper explanation, na akasema wamama watakuwa he has said he will do more than Linda Wananchi. No, Linda Mama, I mean Linda Mama. So can you react to those scenarios as well?
Let me begin with he will do more than Linda Mama. Njiru, we have 13 months to election, slightly less. Okay? Now, it will be the most stupid thing for Kenyans to think that this guy who has squandered and squandered all the money, thousands and billions of money, that it is today that he has realized Linda Mama was worthwhile. It would be an insult to the women of this country to think that now that Ruto has slightly less than 13 months to go for elections, that he has now realized the women are important and part of this country. Yeah, I don't think our women are that dumb that they can buy to that nonsense. And for all the years that Ruto has been president, he never thought about Linda Mama being important. And yet, it was even in his manifesto, the pads and all this, that he has not been able to do that, but he will now be able to do it for the remaining few months. That's hogwash. And this is now where I would want opposition or people to come and counter and incite Kenyans not to buy to that kind of garbage. DCP being a Mount Kenya thing, Gachagua has to embrace other forces, because he will be under siege. And when you are a lone fighter, those of you who watch the geographical, the wildlife and all that, the kingdoms of the animals, you've realized that when you want to kill an animal that is so strong, it is isolated from the rest and it becomes solitary, and that is when it is, or that the enemies are able to bring it down. Gachagua, I keep on saying, and I've always said this, with all due respect, with all, whatever you may want to call it, with all the positivities, that this war now, and that's why in my introduction I say, are we looking at politics as usual, what people call politics in siasa Kenya? Is that what we are looking at? Or are we looking at extraordinary times that require very extraordinary approach, very drastic approach, very ruthless approach to be able to get or to salvage the country from the jaws of this regime? Tukianza madoido mingi Njiru, that is when we will be screwed up. Na madoido mingi ni gani? People are being offered money. And knowing some of these people, and I keep on saying, these people, if you analyze them individually, some of these allegations are true. Because some of these people, wakipewa pesa fulani, they go haywire. Why? Because of their previous record. I'm telling you. Let me say this without wavering. Dismantling DCP is very easy. And Ruto knows that. And that is why my biggest fear is that after Gachagua has built this party, because he has really built it. And when you say a party is built, is when you have mwananchi. Wacha hawa wanazunguka na yeye. Leaders are not the ones that build the party. Forget it. Not akina Metu, not akina. Because those are the benderas. But the people, once the people accept you, because they are the voters, once they say sisi ni DCP, that is where you should come. It's not the leaders. It's not the Kathanguas and the rest. It is the people of Olukalau that made it happen. And these people are the ones that have always, more often than not, been let down. Because when you talk of a leader being bought and offered a position, and then more often than not, they take it. And when they take it, they start giving excuses that are totally irrelevant to the following. When you hear the Luo people talking of how broad-based government, they are involved and they are that, is that the Mwananchi? It's not Mwananchi. It's the Luo leaders, those who are eating. those whose bellies are getting fat. The common mwananchi huko chini Nyanza, hiyo maneno hata haiwezi mfikia. In fact, the impact of these appointments and these collaborations are never felt at the grassroots. The only way the grassroots people can feel some of these things is long term. It's not short term. It's long term. And it's long term by empowerment. Agricultural empowerment, infrastructure empowerment. And you cannot do alarming today and you expect that to have a positive impact in the following day. No. You do a road today and you give it time for it to build and impact on the community. So the instant impact to the community cannot be achieved by Stone PK being appointed as minister. And then people start saying now Mary is in the government and they're happy and all that. Those are all selfish rhetorics that we are not supposed to really embrace. Okay? So, unfortunately, because of money business, but it would be so stupid for somebody like Malala to take such an offer 13 months to election. Or rather, actually, almost 11 months to election. I mean, it would be...
Naona Mbudi akisema ni fake news. So maybe...
Yeah. So, honestly, in my own, through my eyes, I do not see any sense of somebody who has gone around shouting horse, talking about this party, XYZ, as late as today. Then, in fact, when you are offered, even if it was true or fake, by the way, you are supposed to react on either fake or whatever it is. They are supposed to come out strongly because fake news is news. The thing is that it's news. Whether it's fake or real, it is news. So you have to come and counter it. You have to come and say, this is fake, and even if it was real, such and such and such would not happen. And that is when now you build credibility. Mwananchi gets to believe in you and all that. Like the way we believe some of these things cannot happen to Mother Karua. Mimi hata nikiamka uniamshe asubuhi ama usiku wa manane saa 7 uniambie Mother Karua amenunuliwa na Ruto, hata kabla sijasikiza, hata nitakwambia it's impossible. Why do I have that confidence? But there are people I don't have the same confidence. Nitakuuliza ati amefanya nini? But for Mother Karua I'll tell you impossible. And a few others I don't want to name. I can tell you, as we go through this cycle and emotions, I can tell you, wale watu ambao wamepatch hivi, mtu akiambiwa bilioni moja, normally they offer 200 million, 300, 100 million. Most ile mtu anapewa ni 200 million, which Ruto is very easy to give. Yeah. And of course, when you get 200 million, unajua hiyo ni sasa, na ulikuwa hapo umesota, you can sort your thing. So unfortunately, I still would want to caution people that the buying, the luring is gonna come. Why it's gonna come is because the reality has dawned on the country. The reality has never been seen in this country like it has been seen today. That Mwananchi does not have anything to do with the current government. As much as I'll give you some clips here, you find some crazy people, and especially the Nyanza people, the Nyanza leaders and those psychopaths are talking something that I would want you to look at and listen. It's unbelievable. People saying that today, the campaigns that are coming, Kenyans will be looking at what Ruto has done vis-a-vis what these other guys are talking of. Is that what the Kenyans will look at? That's what Ruto has done? Yani Kenyans already have forgotten the massacre, the atrocities that have happened, that Kenyans 2027 will start looking at development record for Ruto. Then I'm in a different world. Back to you, Njiro.
Yeah, unaangalia the comments and Kipri hapa ati Nyanza is gone. Nyanza imeenda wapi? Ruo Nyanza like being in opposition. Okay. I think he is responding, he is talking in respect to, nasikia kuna video kijana anaitwa aje, the board ana argue ni kama Wajaruo ameenda kwa upinzani. There's a possibility that the Ruos could be alone. Do you believe that, John PK?
Believe what?
The Ruos could be alone with Ruto.
No, I still don't believe that, because yes, we have the leaders who are vehemently, you know. And is it true that okay, even Raila, for example, was Raila the one who was making Luo follow him? I don't think so. Was the Luos following Raila because he's a Luo? I don't think so. I don't think Luos are done. I think what Luos were following was the values that Raila was propelling. And we know Luo Nation by nature are people who want equality, are people who have, they are human rights fighters. Not even with Raila, kutoka by nature. You know, let me tell you, these are things that some of us, people have to do sociology to be able to get some of these things. We have, in terms of communities, we have what is endemic in a community. You have people who don't care about human rights. We have communities that are extreme capitalists, and I don't want to name them. And these are the communities that even in jokes, you hear them joking and saying, Atiala, uko broke. Aya, yani uko broke. Yala, kwani kwenyu ni wapi we uko broke? Yala, yani umekuwa broke, ukue unatukia nani? Yani na kimbere tunauza oraga atendo na ambio tutio. Kwa kwenyu kwa realiko. Yani people who joke with the poverty as if it's a sin, or the fact that somebody is down. That tells you of a community. They are not stereotypes. Then there are communities that believe in sharing. And you hear even from their proverbs in Jiru. The Luos have their proverb that is so common, which says, Chamgiwadu. Chamgiwadu means eat na mwenzako. Yani a Luo cannot sit alone while people are seated there and ako hapa ati anakula kwa sahani peke yake. Naturally, anywhere. Those who are Luos here can either disapprove me or not. How many from all the communities we have? 50 communities. Ni wangapi mtu uingia mahali social place, for example in a pub, and you buy people drinks, people that you don't know, and you are not campaigning. You just social umeingia mahali ukakuta Njiro ako pale nani, hey, hello guys, how are you? When you asking for you around, unasema patia Njiro, unapatia ule, and you don't know each other. Niambiwe ni kabila gani inafanyanga hivyo Kenya? So Njiro, what I'm trying to say is, I don't think the people of Nyanza have gone, and I have some clips. What is happening is they are being rallied in terms of perception. Waonekane ni kama they are behind the government, which I don't think it is. That is what I can tell you. Back to you.
Aya, good. Wacha nikuwekee usikie emotions za Orokarao. The MP for Orokarao, sijui kama wamemwapisha.
Hebu ngoja kidogo, Belfast, our friend, is accusing us that hatuwezi survive bila kuongea about the Luo. I don't know how Belfast interprets when people talk about the communities. We cannot discuss politics without talking about some of the communities. Why the Luo is now very seriously involved in politics is because that's where Luo is anchoring. I mean, that's where Ruto is trying to anchor his wherever. That is where he wants to draw, some support for him to survive for the second time. I don't know why Belfast may not think that is a serious problem. And when we see some of these, and they are just some, and that's why I was saying I don't think they are, but these few leaders, Akina Kaluma, Akina Ola, who are the beneficiaries of the handout, when they start justifying as if the entire community has now resolved that Ruto is there, whatever, it is not true. So Belfast, it's not that we cannot do discussions without the Luos. We are discussing the Kikuyus. We've been here for how many days discussing Kalau. We discuss the Kambas. But when we feel like a certain community is being misrepresented to show like they are in that, and yet it is a few of the leaders, what is wrong with discussing that? Okay, what is that? What is wrong with that? Yeah. So basically, I don't really see anything wrong when we try to say that the Kalumas and the others who come to press and start giving theories showing how that the Luos have decided the only way they can benefit, because they've been denied development and all these things by Kikuyus, so they feel that this is time around is when they can be saved by the Kalenjin called Ruto. Surely, there's nothing wrong with analyzing that. Okay, it is today that Luos have woken up to realize that their only savior is a Kalenjin called Ruto. There's nothing wrong with analyzing that. Yeah, that it is today after 60 so many years that Luos have woken up to realize that the Kikuyus have oppressed them. Yet every other people other than the Kikuyus have been complaining about the selfishness of Mlima. It has been like that since 1963. Okay, Jaramogi Odinga was the first. Lord Ronald Ngala the second. They complained about the selfishness of Jomo Kenyatta. So basically, what we are talking about is it is not new. What we are trying to say is that hoodwinking is what we don't want. We don't want it to happen in these very recent years, that we tend to think people now can think better, people can analyze better, people are more informed, people are more exposed, people can isolate individuals from the community, that when somebody says this, is saying it as an individual and trying to wear the jacket of the community. I think we are able to separate this. So for me, I tend to think this time around, even if you speak and you are from Lima and you are speaking shit, people will remove that jacket you are trying to force yourself into, saying you are from Lima. They will not swallow it if you are saying rubbish. They will tell you you're Niako as an individual. Take Moses Kuria, for example.
Who is an outcast?
He's an outcast. Yeah. So
ametusiwa, ameambiwa wewe ni outcast bwana.
Exactly.
Alafu na umesikia hata leo Gachagua na community wamewalaani.
Wamewalaani na kina Wamboi Wanjiru Moi or whoever. What is her name? Yeah.
Faith Getao, anaitwa Faith Getao.
Yes.
Yeah.
So such people will want to go putting on the jacket of the community, but what they are doing is not in the interest of the community. And the Matthew put it very clearly. You sat in a meeting at night that was talking of how they are going to harm. How they are going to harm. You sit in that meeting and you claim, these are very heavy things. These are very heavy things. Now, look at the by-elections that were held in Luo Nyanza. People died. But then they are influenced not to even talk about the deaths during the by-election. Ikapigiwa chini. Surely. What are we talking about? Back to Njiro. Naona ni nani ameingia? Njeri ameingia.
Wanjeri. So Wanjeri, do you want to react kama mnataka kwanza niwachezee hiyo video ya the current MP of Orokarao akileta that solemn mood ya yule kijana aliuawa. So Julia, you will guide me. What do you want?
Nataka kuambia Pike waache kuongelea maneno ya watu wa mlima. Kila saa akikuja hapa anaongelelea sisi kila saa.
Uzuri, you are the birds of the same feather. Munajua mulitoana wapi?
It is just that Belfast gets mad. I mean, we must talk about these things. Why we have to talk about these things, and it's not about hating a tribe. It's just what is happening in Kenya. That is how I see it. Si kwa chuki. Kuna mtu ako na chuki. So tucheze hiyo clip alafu tu analyze. Leo nimeona mengi na jana sikwa. You people, I had to replay your debate yesterday. So nilikuja jana.
Yeah, I think I was I there? Yes, I was.
Yeah, I had to replay and listen to you because I missed, though I wanted to talk about what happened between Sifuna and Matiang. These people listen to us.
Why do you think so? Can you react?
You see, I don't know, before Olkarawa election, Mkumbuke, we've been saying here that for us to even stop Ruto from stealing, we must take the next mile, kumzuia hata kuingia your polling station. And I've been asking questions why we can't read our results at the polling station. Gachagua did exactly that. And I've been asking why we should be overpowered by the police when we have the masses on the ground. Gachagua did exactly that. Now, then yesterday we were arguing that we really need this opposition to come out. To even, I think it's Alex who was saying that if Matiang wants to survive, he needs to come out and make clear what he wants. Then before long, we see Matiang and Sifuna. And you see, PK, we had been arguing that me and you and other people here, we believe that Matiang is the best presidential candidate. And guess what? I saw Matiang and Sifuna come out. And leo nimeona Babu Owino akisema anatangaza chama. And so I think I am looking forward to seeing all of them sit down in a round table and tell us where they are taking Kenya. That is what I expect. So I think they get our report, Njiru. They get
if they get our report, amen and hallelujah, because all what we want is tunataka wajipange vizuri, because tunataka kugonga huyu mujinga knockout. Mujinga sio Ruto. Aya, sawa. Julia, wacha tucheze hii video usikie vile huyu kijana wetu alikufa.
Okay.
It's so bad.
Thank you. We have around 10 minutes tuwe tumemaliza. Before I hand over to huyu anaitwa Shege Mogo, anasimama kule Kinangop. Before I hand over to the Senate, I have 2 words. One, to President Ruto. What do you gain, Kasongo, by gaining the whole world and losing your soul? Umepora inchi, umeiba kila kitu. Hatuna haja hizo, kaa nazo, lakini wacha kuwa watoto wetu. Murkomen, I want to listen to this voice. I've asked for permission from the family. You are claiming they are no goons. I want this voice, you listen to it so that you may have nightmares for the rest of your life. Murkomen, that is the voice of a man who was dying in the hands of policemen, men that you sent to come and hound our children. Murkomen, you'll never find peace. You have bought almost everything in this country. But children will never have peace. Kawajiko, you'll never have peace. Women Repwa Muranga, you will never have peace. Faith Mimwaganu, you will never have peace. Kwenyaduku, you will never have peace. Moshera, Michael, you will never have peace. You maimed an innocent man. You shed blood of an innocent man. You will never have peace. President Ruto, as you sit at the State House, God has rejected your presidency. You will not have any peace. Your time is up. Deputy President, Mr. Soprano, your time is up. You use this word, I use them to you. Mene, tekel, upasi. Your time is written on the wall. Your time is up. Watho atene twerago an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Ile uchungu tuko nayo tungefanya hivyo, lakini tunajua an eye for an eye leaves everyone blind. Toko motiga moko-ine ma Ngai na turahoya Ngai adiri na inyuĩ na ihenya tukionaga to tutireigua wega tuikana thayo na inyuĩ gũkũ matũra-inĩ. You are an eyesore. You are cursed. Na twere angi Amerikana ithuĩ mware mone guikana itungati gũkũ kwĩna cugoi ithi muikae cugoi. Chukueni mizigo yenu mwende. Waende wasiende? It's painful. My own cousin at Royal Gardens was threatened by this goon. Akashikwa, alikuwa ataka kumbaka, wanamwambia venye watamfanyia. So these allegations of rape are live. Watu wamekuja, wametuua. Wanataka mpaka kurepu wasichana wetu na mabibi zetu na mama zetu. And I have a message for the chiefs and the assistant chiefs. Nyinyi machief na assistant chiefs, nyinyi kazi yenu ni kuimplement government policies at your place of jurisdiction. Munaishi na watu ambao wamempea kazi. Hao munaishi nao ndio wamempea kazi. Mutigatuikie twara maitho inyuĩ macifu. Nyuĩ assistant chief mutigatuikie macifu twara maitho. True reconciliation start by acknowledging what you did wrong. Twathondeka mĩcemanio yo mũgoka mũtwĩre nĩ mwekire mahĩtia. To mwoire mbia cia Kasongo, mwaikia mũhuko, mũkĩanjia kuorota andũ arĩa marauga one term. Mũtũmage mĩkora ĩyo ĩthiĩ mĩciĩ ya andũ acio marauga one term. Nyinyi ma chief, first acknowledge that you are wrong. Second, be accountable. You either resign ama mkuje mtuombe msamaha tuone kama tutamsamea nyinyi. Lakini kwanza kutishia ati mtatumia wengine wakuje. And President Ruto, let me tell you, this is my final word. If you can kill everyone, utuwe sisi zote, ubakishe tu mmoja, huyo mmoja atakwambia one term. Let me now call the senator, Jabaya Rorere, Kingpin ya Nyandarua.
Let me begin with Juria. Juria, what do you think that painful voice of a dying man in his own burial made people to feel?
Okay, me nimesikia vibaya. I almost muted you, Njiru, because there is just so much I cannot take. And I just hope people share this clip. Ya MP ikuwe circulated so that Kenyans feel how it feels to lose somebody who you shouldn't lose. Si mtu si mgonjwa, but somebody is choking them to death. Na Muru Comment feels okay about it. I have been trying to follow the story of Ojwang. Anaitwa Ojwang, huyu teacher mwenye that was killed.
Yeah, the guy from Homa Bay.
Yes. And some of the clips I can't take to watch them because it just makes me so mad. Na I hope that people circulate this clip ya huyu MP. Na mimi, hata mimi niko na hiyo maombi. I hope akina Muru Comment don't grow old. That is my prayer. Wote mwenye wamemention na wote walihusika na hiyo kifo, I hope they hawatazeeka. And I pray that God hears our prayers. See, it's not out of hate, out of spite. But if mimi nasikia hivyo, hata I almost muted you, Njiru, because there's just a lot that I can't take. What about the family? That's what I have to say.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. That is one of the barriers where I've never seen the voice of the man lying in a coffin being given to the mourners. I think that was a first. And umeona hata kuna mama alikuwa hapo nyuma ndiye amesimama kulia. Sijui kama Njuri umeona huyo mama na hapo nyuma ametoa kitambaa kubwa ya red. Mama alikuwa analia hapo nyuma in the video. Yeah. So unajua mimi kuna kitu najiulizanga sasa, kwani huyu Ruto na hao watu wake wanatoshana aje? Unajua Stone Piki kuna vitu najiuliza, kwani hao watu wanatoshana aje? Kwani how big are they like at they can institute murder of people? And like today I was so surprised. Sijui kama nilema ni juzi nani amesikia hiyo speech ya Ruto akisema sasa goons wetu. Mumeona it is circulating. Sasa goons wetu muache sasa. Has anyone heard that? Is it a slip of the tongue? Sasa goons wetu muache. Yeah, it's too much now.
That his goons, he'll pay miserably. There was Charles Taylor. There was the other one was called who? Who is this guy in West Africa? In by the gun and out by the gun. Anaitwa nani? Samuel Doe. Vile Samuel Doe alionyeshwa. You remember how Samuel Doe left power?
Yeah.
Siku kama hizi zina.
Alibebwa na wheelbarrow akikatakatwa.
I don't know. Anna nasikianga Kiswahili gani? Did I just sell any fear? I think Anne has a challenges with communication. Ama English. Is it my English or Swahili?
What does Annie say?
She's saying that Julia usituzie uoga, please.
I don't know.
I don't know where she's getting that from. I think she needs some. And go back and replay the videos here in Mesema. Then you'll not speak the way you are speaking. So Samuel Doe, he's the one. In fact, there's a headline that says "In by the gun and out by the gun." Kuna watu hawatazeeka Kenya. They won't grow old because of the cries of Kenyans. You cannot shed somebody's blood. You cannot and still think you'll get away with it. Even your children, and you'll pay. Even in fact, when you're Namin Bibida, the Bible says you'll pay up to your fourth generation. So, like I said, Njiru, me, when I had that thing, I almost muted you because I really can't take so much. It just breaks my heart very, very much that this one has happened again and again and again. You know, Ojwang, Gen Z, it continues to happen again and again. And Ruto na kina Muru Comment, they feel heroes. And to annoy us more, Akina Kuria, you know, I just saw this woman rep wa Muranga. Kumbe ni kariko ya mwanamke. You know, I even looked at her. She's just another village woman. Have you seen that woman? She's even the way she dresses. I'm sorry, I have to think I have.
Mama Mwani, Nwiti Mama, can you help me?
Woman rep wa Muranga na sini bibi ya wa Mombi.
I never even like talking about that theory. That's a silly woman. Umemwona hata amepewa nafasi kwa TV Ni vile hatuchezangi hapa. Imagine huyo mama amepewa nafasi kwa TV kuongea, akaulizwa na there is a guy, wale wanasikilizanga Kameme, akaulizwa na jamaa wa Kameme, kwa nini mnafanyia Wakenya na watu wa nyumbani vile mnawafanyia? Hadi akasema ni kitu gani tumefanya?
Yes, and I saw her speaking kwa some mkutano in Murang'a. She's really village. Akona ushamba ile ya hali ya juu na kwa
ana pretend that they are not doing anything.
She's so barbaric, even the way she speaks. She's so barbaric. So now you understand why she can be paid to go and commit thuggery, even in Orokalao. So that was very heartbreaking.
No wonder hata unajua hata bwana yake was accused for killing his wife. Ama ujui bwana ya huyo mama aliua bibi yake ili amuoe.
Huyo mama si bibi ya Wamombi.
Ni bibi ya Wamombi, lakini Wamombi si bibi yake, ni yule Wamombi ndiye bibi yake alipatikana Ndakaine. Ukumbuki ile kulisemekana kuna mama alitolewa Ndakaine. Yule mama alitolewa Ndakaine, of which this guy was accused, ndiye alipanga hiyo mpango ya kurusha bibi yake. Walipanga kumrusha Ndakaine ili sasa waweze kuoa huyu. There is a conundrum of issues hapo.
Okay. So these are just thugs.
Yeah, aliua bibi yake ili achukue huyu.
Nani Kavins anakuambia bibi ya kwanza.
Sasa ndio hiyo sasa.
The first wife wa Wamombi.
So walianzia, let me tell you, Julia, hao watu wanaanzia wapi? Walianzia na kuua watu yao. Ndio washafanya attachment ya mauaji already. They already know how to kill. They began by killing their relatives. Now they are now coming to kill. Mtu kama Wamombi na bibi yake hawezi feel. They have already killed their relatives. What else can they not do? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I saw that woman kwa mkutano alikuwa anasema she doesn't care. That's what she was trying to say. Hapo kwa mkutano in some chat. Oh, she's a thug. I'm telling you, she's a thug. Wacha Alex aongee.
Yes, Mr. Budi, go ahead. How are you? Maybe sijui kama Budi anakumbuka kama Wamombi aliua bibi yake. Are you aware of that? Julian, nitakutafutia story nikuchezea hapa briefly. Go ahead, Budi.
Yeah. Hiyo video imeniletea a lot of emotions. But anyway, hiyo ndio Kenya tunaishi.
Alex, unasema imekuletea emotions. See the reaction ya Ann ati mtu ati Orokalao wako compose na mtu wako America anawaka. I really wacha tu ni ignore Ann. I think I should interview with such people. Wacha tu niwaendelee Alex.
Sasa ingine ukiangalia hizi comments, watu wengine wanasema ati sisi tuko na comfort zone, wao ndio sasa wako kwa ground. Wengine wanashangaa, then mbona watu wasikuja huku juu wa debate na Njiru tu polepole, si tuendelee tukukae na comfort zone. Sometimes I wonder, some comments nazo they are not really good. Allow the show to continue. Some attacks are unnecessary. If you don't like a panelist, I mean, just nyamaza tu kitu wanaongea, but don't claim that comfort zone. No, nobody's in a comfort zone. We all love our country. In fact, if we never loved our country, sangine hata tungekuja hapa. I could be playing golf or somewhere, swimming in YMCA. I mean, just enjoying myself, you know. But the fact that, you know, pole. So, wacha niseme hivi. You know, I'm not sure. You know, the reality is dawning on me. And sometimes if we become selective, I think we'll continue repeating the same mistake. Unfortunately, Gachagua presided over the killing of the people in Yalenda. Unfortunately. Whether we want to ignore it or not, that massacre and genocide can never be forgotten. I stand to be corrected. Unfortunately, Baby Pendo, when he died, Matiang'i never apologized. Unfortunately. And that's something that shivers. Whenever I watch that video of Baby Pendo, you know, sometimes I want to be aligned with Matiang'i, but for me, the departure with Matiang'i was Baby Pendo. He's never taken accountability on that. It was unnecessary. Like mtu hata kwa maandamano, like yani kuna vitu zingine zinafanywa hii Kenya. But then the sad reality ni ile, some people are owning and mourning their people in a good way and saying, look, enough is enough. I like the fact that DCP is capable of coming and doing a funeral and warning the government and saying enough is enough, while there is evidence that is tangible. Gladys Wanga is not speaking. Nobody from Homa Bay is speaking about the issue of Albert Ojwang. If you look at that video that actually incriminates, it's so gruesome. And like a blood-based government, it's just total pin drop silence. Pin drop silence. Yani, when these extrajudicial killings, videos, and testimonies come up, I'm just even questioning myself, in whose hands are we safe? Because this nonsense must come to an end. It doesn't matter who you are supporting, because the effect of it tumeichezea that the consecutive governments think that we should forget the past killings. A young man, hata kama, you know, he did wrong by, you know, galvanizing and mobilizing people and taking them to the PS, huyu mwenye sijui anaitwa nani, huyu mwenye wameua mtoto ndani ya gari just the other day. Na tumekatasha watoto. Angalia hizi vitu mnafanya. Don't do them on their behest. But even if they did, probably poverty and, you know, lack of money and resources and opportunity can make you be desperate. Yeah, obviously. But then again, you see people like Cliff Ombeta, people like, you know, very prominent lawyers that we respect, again, go represent these people. I mean, there's a lot of confusion within the political circle when it comes to the basic tenet of respect of human life. And I think that is what, for me, personally, when I see that the way I love politics, and at some point, if I continue agitating it, I can face that wrath. I say that, look, if somebody has done something wrong openly, and we know they were compliant and complicit to it, let us interrogate it. We cannot put the issue of Baby Pen on the side. We can never. We can forgive you, but at least, or at most, address it. Because, Jiro, let me tell you, this is my perspective. And I want you to pay attention, Jiro. The hardest thing is to kill somebody first. But second, it's the easiest. Unanielewa? The hardest heartbreak ni ya kwanza. Ya pili, my friend, hiyo ni walk away. You're walking in the aisle, ni kama ni harusi. So, the issues of accusation, somebody like Jirongo came, accused a person of strangling a man to death. We ignored it. We've seen men in black come actually cause chaos. We ignored it. We see Mungiki actually kill people for years. Then we see called Azimio, affiliate with the Maina guy. As long as he's supporting us at that particular time, we are their friends. We see Nairobi businessmen actually cause wrath to other people. We ignore it. At some point, we really have to say that I think we too are playing with our lives. As much as that video is emotional, it shouldn't be the only one. And I like what Gachagua is doing. It's reminding us and the people of DCP that any human life that is lost because of politics, this thing needs to end. And that is how we must hold our funerals. Mapinduzi died in Kisii. In Keumbu, you saw, beaten from a vehicle, strolled down. Like the politics Matiang'i played, not actually having a funeral, a real funeral like nyinyi mmekuwa nayo leo kule hapa ambao huyo jamaa ameuliwa. It really pissed me off. And I questioned, I asked, do my friends know this was human life that was lost? It's not just politics. And I like how that young new MP has gone berserk by telling them the reality kuwa, hata nyinyi msizeeke bana. Lose your life when you are still young na watu wenu pia wateseke. And if it need be, we must actually aid their lives also to be, ziishe mapema so that their families can feel the pinch of now young families have to deal with, first of all, school fees, healthcare, without even their father. It was harder when their father was alive, but now when the father is gone, or the head of the home household, what becomes of them? Even if we skip, how many funds are we going to set? And that is why, for me, one of the saddest thing we ever did when we went to these talks called the NADCO report, how do you value human life? Because in the negotiation, if you remember, the compensation, which actually they say it hasn't, how do you start talking that we must compensate human life before even we take somebody accountable for even actually taking that life? We acknowledge somebody was killed because of politics. They lost their life. We are not actually bringing justice to the person by acknowledging the individual who took the life. Jiro, between the sun and the shadow, there's an object. There will never be a shadow without an object. So we want to act as if the sun can produce a shadow without an object. That you can compensate without actually taking accountability that somebody did it. This issue of belittling human life to petty compensations and even having a political negotiation, political party negotiation that the only way we can unite is you compensate our people who died. It's in itself must be challenged in the court. It's mortgaging human life for political expediency. And it will have to continue going if at some point somebody is not going to be accountable for it, totally accountable. I don't know. For me, I felt a little bit relieved when I saw Obado come from a Lexus, Kwapingo now going in. I don't know if he slept there, but it was a little bit relieving. That judge made a classical ruling that all of you are guilty. But you know where the buck stops, Njiru? It just doesn't stop. Unfortunately, it just doesn't stop there. These families have lost justice all these years because people are playing political expediency. ODM played political expediency because they knew if Obado was to be arrested more than 6 months and lose their governorship, a courier could take in as a deputy. And they fought tooth and nail that a courier should not take just to preserve Obado and finish what? The term. That's the only reason he never got out. Truth be said. So justice deferred comes how many years later? Now, it's sad, Njiru, that we are at a point where that we must fight Ruto by tooth and nail. But it's sad that most of the politicians at some point worked with Ruto. When that clicks in, Njiru, I find myself just saying, what a Sifuna akwe right way. Inafika mahali whereby we just have to be honest enough to say, look, these allegations were so great. Because, Njiru, I want to go back. I want us to go back without putting emotions in terms of who we are right now, because of the changes and the gains we have made as opposition, and go back to door-to-door massacre and genocide that happened in Nyalenda. We go back with reality and ask, remember, 2 boys were in the house. Police came, killed them. They were not even in Maandamano. The genocide of house to house, house to house, house to house happened. We looked at it, it was recorded, and the person who actually perpetuated over it, and who even warned us, today to Konaye. Unfortunately, the party leader won. So I get confused that if we want to curb this, at some point, we have to look at human life in total regard. If we value human life, not Kikuyu life, not Kisi life, not if we want to value a Kenyan life, we have to be honest across the board and say, look, in as much as we have worked together, you need to explain about the dependo. Na hiyo atukupembelezi, because justice could have got these people. If you are not part of it, then immediately justice could have gotten. Then Njiru, then we can come to a point whereby we will start saying, okay, any human value is important. But if we start valuing life based on parties, Njiru, can you understand how we feel good about DCP? And proud. I'm very proud of that member of parliament. Now, vis-a-vis, look what Gladys Wanga is doing. Is she even interested? Yani, the widow of Albert Ojwang spoke the other day, said, the politicians came in, made sure we never get justice. Until today, we are crying. And look at how the father perpetuated and made the woman who was a widow become a fool until today. Sakaja came and lied, I'm going to give her a job. Everybody was there. And Kenyans were actually there for them until that father disappointed Kenyans. To date, that woman and that child are crying. And Gladys Wanga could cry for Omondo Were more than Albert Ojwang, which tells you one thing. If we want to value human life, it cannot be from politicians' point of view. We must dictate the terms. That if today Njiru dies, whether I agree with him or not, I must fight for his justice. Not based on his tribe, not based on his party affiliation, just because he had a right to picket. Whether we were antagonists, he shouldn't have died. So, shame on ODM, shame on Luo leadership when you work actually ODM in Homa Bay, when evidence is being laid bare. Not even Oburu has the audacity to ask what is Lagat still doing there. They are talking about Ol Karau. Lastly, our president has acknowledged that our goons and it wasn't a slip of tongue. He said he has even directed them.
So as Methu has been saying, if we want to deal with the goons, the biggest, the chief of priests of goons is Murkomen. So Methu has not been very far from the truth. The president has actually acknowledged that our goons. So everything that the goons have done in that country, we must, if our leadership actually has the right mindset, we must document and actually present this to ICC, because this will be the strongest case. I saw the LSK chairman masquerading that for the first time, all of them are in one room and talking on our behalf and saying that the country is not going for the right direction. They must take that case first, where the president has taken ownership of goonism in Kenya and say, our goons. So Gachagua wasn't wrong for a very long time by saying the operationalization is coming in a certain house. The person who is doing it from a certain point of view, and the people are doing it are this and this and this and this. So Gachagua should be should be actually one person who should represent us in court and give evidence of what he knows in regard to this, so that we can deal also from the executive point of view. Why would the president acknowledge when actually he has the truth? He is the person who appoints the security chiefs in this country. He sits in the Security Council of this country. Then why does he have an alternate security? Then we must bring Didmas Barasa to explain to us when he told us that the government cannot operate without the goons taking care of what? The policemen. We have seen incidences whereby actually the goons are being protected by what? By the police, while they're perpetuating and also killing other people. They are being taken care of by the policemen. So if our politics was right and sanitized, the president's rhetoric will not be taken for granted. We should not actually even talk about it, because I think comic has become one relief tool in Kenya. But on this, when the president says our goons, I mean, a blood chill should come through our body, even our spine, every time we hear our goons.
And what did he mean when he was saying our goons? The word our goons, because that's a
He
very serious
took
argument.
responsibility, he took accountership. He acknowledged what all along Martha Karua started long time ago and say elite squad. Nobody has ever been taken to court when they actually have been, you know, these claimants, including Martha Karua, all these people, including Babu Owino the other day, about Raymond Amolo, about nobody has ever. Did you see the expose of Cyprian Nyakundi? About Cyprian Nyakundi, about Raymond Amolo? Cyprian Nyakundi said, take me to court. Take me to court like yesterday. He dared Raymond Amolo. And the entire government is pin drop silent. And we want to act as if we are safe.
It's like business as usual.
We want to act as if we are safe. Nobody is safe anymore.
By the way, our goons is a very telling statement. Ni vile nashangaa sasa, like as a citizen, we cannot pick up that thing like kama rais mwenyewe anasema wakora ni wake. How can we prosecute that? Like,
and he continued talking about it as if it wasn't a slip of the tongue. You know what's chilling about it? He says it, then you think, oh, ni kama ila alikuwa kwa kanisa, and then he just said that vulgar word, you know, the women reproductive system. Ile alisema, then akarealize ameisema vibaya. Then you could say, that's a slip of tongue. Unaelewa? But this one, he just continues. As if it's a normality. That was chilling, my friend. That was very chilling. You know, I thought he was going to, unajua kuna kitu Njiru unaweza fanya and then unajipata umesema kitu mbaya and then you knock your lips with your mouth. Unaelewa? Like, ouch. But the man just continued like, I mean,
there was no tomorrow.
It's nothing. And then we are here, not actually, it should be the biggest topic in Kenya.
Now, where do you take him now? The president has agreed that you cannot take him to court.
If our courts will not acknowledge that we must put him into task, nobody is going to be safe then, until we are safe. Are we so helpless to the question that you want us just, you're framing the question wrongly, because if you frame like that, then we act like we are actually helpless. Why, Njiru, why will you even ask a question in a wrong way that what can we do? Where can we take him? Wani?
It is because what we say in Kenya, the president is above the law. So not
on this one. For me, not on this one. I mean, he can never be above the law on this one. Well, if we want to postpone justice, let us then postpone it. But one day, Ruto will have to pay the same way Obado paid today. And I swear to you, this is the only president that, when defeated, like Jerry Rawlings, alieka watu kule mbele. You know, Stone PK used to speak this thing. And I used to fear, nasema, man, Stone PK anaongeanga vitu zingine bana. But let me say without contradiction, this is the only president, akishindwa, walai, gallows will be erected somewhere and you will see things that you have never seen. Gallows will be erected and people will say we don't want to leave even one descendant so that Ruto will creep somewhere in the years to come.
So, Bwana Mbudi, unataka kusema Ruto aende nyumbani kwa amani? Anashuka na watu.
No, Ruto is not just being defeated aende kuishi kwa shamba zake. Who told you that?
Of course, Natembea amesema.
How does Ruto get out of power and goes to kama Uhuru Kenyatta retire na Moi? How? Tell me how will Ruto do that? Think about it. How? Like, yani, Ruto is still in our country alive. How? That's not defeating Ruto. Kwani unaogopa kusema ukweli? Natembea said it open.
Alex, I get you. Ati tunasikia Ruto anaenda mkutano, ati ameenda kanisa. No, we can't take that. That is not gonna happen. How? Ati we see him.
Ati alionekana Harambee.
Na Addis Ababa.
Ati alionekana
kwa kanisa. Ruto should not even be allowed to escape.
He should not be allowed to escape. You know, someone was trying to tell me.
That's a basic tenet of human rights, that the guy has just, I mean, it would be so unfortunate if we did that.
And that's why we have to get it right in the presidency. Tusipate jamaa kuja kutuambia tuachane na yeye. Yameisha, yamepita.
You see, Alex, when I was saying that,
yasiyopita sio ndwele.
Njiru na Alex, when I was saying that Ruto should go to jail, someone was saying that ati aliyopita. Nikawambia, hata even if it means going back to what Uhuru has done, we don't care. Kuna kitu Uhuru alikufanyia, Alex, on your behalf? Did you ask them to do anything for you on your behalf? No. Mtu abebe mzigo wake. Somebody is telling me, if you have to arrest Ruto, you have to go back to what Uhuru have done. Let them go back to everybody, what everybody has done. Period.
If the child of the Attorney General could be arrested, and one of the unfortunate thing about it, and I think Muturi needs to be even more honest about it, the agreement that his son should never say where he was taken, what was done to him, where there are others, should not be covered anymore. They must come out and say, where are these detention centers? What are they doing with these children? Because at where they say, All of a sudden, bodies get in quarries. Chakahola, we can't explain if our children were taken there and actually killed there. I mean, all these things, our memory is so short term, but the gruesome evidence of massacre is unbelievable. And then we can start thinking that Ruto can be defeated and still stay alive. Ama tuanze kupostpone ati kesi yake iende for 5 years akiwa kotini. And these talks ambazo, until today ODM is having that compensate victims of sijui nini. I don't know, man. How do you compensate a mother for the loss of her child? How do you compensate a woman for the loss of his husband? Until we realize there will never be compensation of human life, then we must demand that you can never kill a human being, no matter what, because there is no value for human life. But as long as we toy with it, then the issue that creeps in the political space that everybody has a space, everybody has a price, becomes true. But in essence, in the eyes of our creator, kwani mimi nitauliwa watoto wangu wapewe pesa? Njiru sasa tukuue alafu watoto wako walipiwe school fees the whole time. Will that be a compensation?
No bana. Wacha nikuwe watoto wangu wanione hata bila pesa bana.
I mean, this is ODM's things wametuletea. The NADCO report problems. Until today, people are dying because of that. So that clip imenifanya nimesikia vibaya sana that every by-election, people are dying. Remember even Malava, people died. Remember this Mas Barasa killed somebody openly. Killed somebody openly. He's scot free. Recorded, open, we saw it. He wants to run for governorship. Open, I mean, that clip still is there.
Here is the smartest goal in world. I hold videos going.
Yeah.
Let me show you something. Kidogo nilikuwa nataka kuwaonesha Njuria hii ni yako so that you can connect to your Wamumbi the reason why he is killing. Huyu ni Wamumbi.
Nyeri MCA has been questioned by detectives in connection with his wife's death. Konyu Ward MCA Eric Wambumbi spent the better part of the day at the Karatina police station a day after the body of his wife Catherine Nyambura was recovered from Hohwe Dam in Nyeri County. According to Madera West Sub-County Police Commander Jane Nyakeroma, a missing persons report was filed at the Nyeri police station on the 24th of May. The body of the missing woman, identified as Catherine Nyambura, was found floating at Hohwe Dam on the 25th. Nyambura is said to have gone missing on the 24th of this month. The MCA took to social media to eulogize his wife, saying she was the best thing that ever happened to him and that she valued family more than anything else on this earth. Wambumbi said that her passing on left a great emptiness in his life and that of his two sons. The postmortem is expected to be conducted tomorrow.
Now, for example, Njiru, ngoja hii. There is this guy, sijui anajiita MCA hapa Nairobi. Some vulgar guy who comes and says, Wakikuyu warudishe zile gas ama ziwalipukie ndani ya nyumba. But like seriously, tuwaweke kwa room moja zilipuke, like seriously, and that guy is left scot-free. And that is how genocide starts in Njiru. If you can see what Ruto is tolerating, there is the winner for Karao has brought people out of their hiding spaces. And let me say a very dangerous statement. And Madam Julia, forgive me, and because most of you are from the mountain. Let me say a very dangerous statement. Right now, it's like the ODM wheat that is with Waga is actually telling Ruto to deal with the Kikuyus heavily, openly. If you see some of the things they are writing in Twitter, that you have given them this, you have given that. Yes, guy called Mutai Nguni, writing openly and say the only way is to punish. and we see that the punishment
he said
is
that,
there.
Alex, I saw, he said,
Like,
Kikuyus only understand pain. Mutai Nguni. Hata nilimjibu. Nikamwambia hata wewe ni
like
Kikuyu.
these things that are projecting that Kikuyus should be actually sacrificed right now. This is the right time. And you know, they are going towards what we call, you know, the perpetuators or the conveyor belts of 41 verses 1. Was it 42 verses 1, 41 verses 2? They are gearing there. They are gearing there openly. We may not support Gachagua openly, or the people are not, but when you see that kind of insinuation, it should worry you, because the cases remain silent when the Kikuyus were being sacrificed in 2007. But when the issue of madoadoa came in, now wakaambiwa, muko na mashamba, muko na matatu, muko na manini na marentals, and they became collateral damage, because when they saw injustice, they kept quiet. They thought they were safe. We contributed most. I personally contributed $1,000 to ODM Upper Minnesota. I remember we went. We were so happy. Mangi being part of us. But when post-election came, what happened? Well, we left. So when you hear those insinuations, watu wanaleta, human life is critical. Hii government ya Ruto na hii government ya blood-based government, the only way they can turn around is to create anarchy, and they are more than ready to create anarchy. The only problem is now the people to be used to create that anarchy have refused. We have refused. In fact, we are blaming Luo Nyanza for no reason. Orengo went there and Omabeng showed us. Kindo Bay showed us. I don't know why we keep on blaming the Luo people. I think I've vented enough today. That clip ilinifanya nikasikia vibaya, and the silence of the Luo Nyanza leadership in this saga of Albert Ojwang, and it's just so painful. It's so painful.
So, Bwana Budu, wacha nikuoneshe huyu rafiki yetu tunafunga leo. That is Obando. Nilisikia aliletwa na alibebwa na so like a question for Obando. Maybe let me start with Stony PK. Stony PK, do you think Ruto's justice system is trying to pretend to be doing justice to the family of Sharon, ili Wakenya waone ni kama kuna vitu zinafuatiliwa by sacrificing Obando, ama tu ni mchezo ya town? Stone PK.
Yes, wacha nijibu kwanza. Yes, they even even congratulated the DCI after that ruling, when that case has dragged and dragged and dragged. Okay, because jana Gachagua aliingilia DCI sana sana na akasema he's one of those perpetration crimes against humanity in Kenya. Na watu ni kama, and also I think there's a lot of pressure even from the Royal Society of Kenya about how judges are carrying themselves and all that, how the judiciary is carrying itself. Another thing that is, other people that are going to be sacrificed right now ni akina ni Taram, huyu jamaa au jamaa wenye waliua Ojwang. Unaona vile hiyo kesi inaenda, hao watu watafungwa. Kwa sababu gani? Ruto is trying to clean himself. He thinks he can clean himself with those two cases. That is what he thinks. And that is what I think, Jiru. Wacha PK na Alex waseme.
PK, you can react. Do you think sasa Zakayo ameona sasa kuna pahali anaweza jaribu kuonesha Wakenya ni kama he is reforming or he is a reformer? Stone, are you there? Kama Stone yuko Mbudi unaweza chukulia. Do you think the government is interested or ni ujinga tu yao tu?
Ruto is cornered. Ruto is cornered by all means. Spending 14 or 15 billion in a by-election, doing everything and nothing materializes, 85% after stealing even maybe 4,000 votes and stuffing them, only to find that actually Mulima imemukata. Ruto is cornered and he tries. I don't know if you have seen two proclamations. I may proclaim one thing. First of all, David Ndii, apart from he, angalia vitu anafanya sahi. Akaanza kusema ati government will be, David Ndii anakuja tena correct that government will be fully funding junior education ABCD. Then akakuja akasema juu ati sasa sijui mama sijui nini, what used to be if you go to maternity unazaa for free, sasa ana revive again. Ruto is desperate to ignite that he is doing something. After all Karau win, unaona vitu anafanya. He wants to show us that the judiciary is working. The other thing, at sasa reviving after 2 years of refusing wamama wasizae, unafunga mahospitali including Nakuru. All of a sudden anasema immediately akipata ball sijui nini, that nonsense. Sijui kama umeiona. That is, unfortunately I listen everything Ruto says so that I can know where he's coming from, and I know many people refuse to listen to him, but you can understand that after the Olkarau win, the guy is going berserk, is trying to damage control everywhere. And this is one of the damage control. Damage control ingine ni shule. After Matiang'i said education is a basic tenant and it's an equalizer that we must streamline. There's no negotiation about it. And he comes and say government will fully fund it. And then he comes and say we didn't say government will fund it. And then they start confusing us because they know they can never do that.
Alex, and then they said akukwa hiyo kitu haikuwa kwa budget, you cannot come out. I think sijui ni bandi ama ni nani alisema.
Yeah, I mean they are so confused. And then all of a sudden roadside proclamation pata tu mimba ti ati sijui. Why are you lying to people? So
umesahau Alex,
control damage.
Umesahau akasema ati linda mama si linda mama, ni linda jamii, ati nalinda mpaka bwana. Did you hear that? Ruto is going crazy.
You know, it is like Julia kidogo as muna react here. Do you know that somebody in Meru was discussing his story and the bridge Ruto ame promise all the time? Do you know that when Ruto said he has committed 7 billion to Nithi Bridge, it was discovered that in the budget for this year, after kuenda na kadanganya wa Meru, he has given 7 billion for it. Do you know that they actually allocated 300 million for that bridge? He tells people,
and that is why, in as much as sometimes I don't like Morara Kebaso, one of the things Morara does, in as much as sometimes I disagree with him vehemently, one of the things he does a very good homework to actually tell you that, oh, this was proclaimed, but actually what came home is this. But at what came home, this is what the governor did with it. So you come to realize that it was just a conduit of corruption. Na ukipata hiyo company yenye ilifanya hata hiyo 300 million unasema yenye actually came, pending bills are still there. Lawyers are being paid a third of the money. Hospitals are not functional. So in the end of the day, whatever they are, Julia, you are saying, akasema ati linda jamii ama nini? Alisema nini?
ati Linda mama ile nini ya programu ya ngine mama anaitwa Margaret Uhuru Linda mama si Ruto alitoa Ruto really dismissed that thing, wakatoa funding, people no longer go. Unajua when Kenyatta, because of Mama Ngina, because of Mama Margaret Kenyatta, women used to give birth free in Kenya, free kabisa. When Ruto came in akasema hakuna pesa, jana alikuwa anasema ati mnasema ati nimetoa Linda mama, sijatoa Linda mama, sasa imekuwa Linda jamii, inalinda mama, inalinda baba, inalinda mtoto. That was he was saying. He's going nuts.
Let me be very honest with you. Ruto is cornered. And I think now, unaona ile video ilisirculate ya Kalenjin telling other Kalenjins that, was it Kosgei ama nani? This PS who was actually telling the Kalenjins to go register. They have the government. Why could they not register? Because the Kalenjins have refused. They are paying the heaviest price. So Ruto is cornered. So anataka kuingilia kesi Obado. And Obado, unajua, it's the same thing that happened. Uliona, I wanted to confuse us na kesi ya nani? Ati Gachagua alichukua mali ya nani? So unakumbuka vile alikuwa, and then Gachagua had the best rebuttal ever. He has never recovered out of it. So he's using it as a proxy.
Usikande hiyo inheritance, itakusaidia hapo mbele.
Yeah. So Ruto is cornered. I don't know who advises Ruto will lie to him anymore. The Moses couriers have lied to him to the core. And I've come to believe, to be honest, after this funeral, after I watched, I thought it was just a rhetoric that Gachagua was saying. I've come to believe that we must take Moses Kuria as an outcast. I'm not a Kikuyu, but from that emotional video, I can guarantee you that if I'm a Kikuyu and I'm a same Kikuyu, why would I take Moses to be part of us? I should take him as an outcast. So Ruto doesn't even have surrogates anywhere anymore. Look at Western. Who is supporting you? Ni Mudavadi na Weta. Angalia vizuri. People like Gumo and everybody, Ambwere, Mudi Awori, have shifted. Wewe hata wazee ambao usually, agitate for peace, wamekukataa. Even dying people like Mudi Awori, wamekukataa. They are awake from Alzheimer's, wanakukataa. So Ruto is very cornered. I don't know where he will go. I mean, somebody used to say here, who was that? I don't know. There's somebody who usually reminds us here that actually Ruto might run away before the election. Somebody usually says that thing. Remind me. There's somebody who usually says here that, let me be honest with you. Yeah, somebody usually says it here that guy atatoroka before election zikue, atachukua mali yake na apate mali anaenda, because he can't contain himself. And I'm starting to believe it. If he is truly sane and smart as people say, why would he wait for an election? Why? When the center is not holding.
He can't take a loss, Alex. He can't. He cannot. Ati mwanze kufanya vile mlikuwa mnafanya Olkalau. Ati mwanze kusema ati sijui Kalonzo, sijui Matiang'i ama Sifuna is leading with 13 million. Alafu because of pressure, asikie Dhoko na announce the same thing. He cannot take that. And then he has to wait for 2 weeks to hand over. Do you think Ruto can do that? You know, the new constitution, you don't hand over immediately. Ni mwezi ama ni 2 weeks.
He might not be willing, but maybe familia yake itatoroka imwache. If they are using their heads. Trust me. I mean, where Kenya is headed to, it's like, it's like Odinga family right now. I don't know if they have any head left. mtu kama Junior, I don't want to attack him, but he thinks he can be elected anywhere in Kenya after her mother made that nonsense of going to that post of UN. He thinks he's relevant, or the Odinga family or the Raila families. We are not attacking Raila as a person, but the mistakes that are being made by the larger family post his death are affecting his legacy. Take it to the bank. We are not attacking the person. We are attacking the people who have dented his legacy to a point whereby his son could have naturally become even an MP for Langata. And I'll tell you without a doubt, unless they rig him in by force, he cannot win, no matter what.
Personally,
He can't.
I think they're abusing that man. That is if he was a child, they call it child abuse.
It doesn't matter. He should also have a little bit brain to understand that he must keep the legacy of his father.
You think he's okay upstairs?
Madam Julia, yezi fika mahali tunatetea hiyo familia anymore. They must make decisions. They have to. We can't keep on kuwatetea when they are making decisions that are actually benefiting them. Not only on a political space, in terms of security, and also in terms of what? Finance, and also the future. So you can't, wezi. Mama is getting security like a minister for internal security. Watoto wake wanalindwa kama watoto wa president bado. Nobody is misusing them. They are misusing Kenyans. Revert your words. Nobody is misusing the boy. The boy is misusing the legacy of. He's misusing us.
Who has asked him to stand? I mean, he's vying on ODM, right?
We don't care whether he buys even from the Holy Trinity. We don't care.
Ujama, sometimes I feel like he's handicapped upstairs.
Let's not go there though. But they should know. If he is, the mother must know she's a teacher. That's a very wrong move they are making. Very wrong. People stood with Raila, died for him, for the sake of the future, not so that some people can sit pretty and make wrong decision. Taking that seat alone was to sacrifice the larger legacy of Raila. Legacy was not a personal legacy. It was the cumulative legacy of everybody who fought for the first, second, and third liberation. That's how I took it. So anyway, Ruto is cornered. Nobody is able to help him. It doesn't matter who, at a point, nani. It doesn't matter which cases, land cases, he will interfere to pronounce. It doesn't matter anymore who will choose to be the minority leader. Imagine the majority leader and minority leader are in the government. If we are not stupid, minority leader, majority leader, the PAC, Public Accounts Committee, is under the government.
Oh. Mi hata ile kitu najiuliza, maybe mnaweza niambia hii kampeni ya Ruto ataiasembo aje? Who will be the people spearing his campaign? Like najaribu kuangalia siasa ya Ruto pale kama Mlima Kenya. Nani ataiongoza huko? Yeah, Gachagua will be in our local villages in Embu on Saturday, Juria, by the way. So he will be snaking over there. Wanaenda kutoa shukurani ya Olkarau. They will be in Embu, then after Embu they go to Meru. I'm just trying to alert you so that you can understand. Na amengojewa kama sijui nini. People are seriously preparing for him. So hata hiyo narrative ya Mount Kenya East and Mount Kenya West is not holding any water. And I think that is why Gachagua was a bit very, very smart. Before he went to Meru, he was looking for that truce with Kindiki. Akasema sasa wacha tuachane na Kindiki. I think there are people who have noted that like Kindiki is a low weight. So there is no good reason of actually destroying more fortunes by fighting some mtu ambaye hata hana mizizi. So I think for me it's a very wise decision to stop fighting Kindiki, because Kindiki hata kwa wana mtu. So it is like hiyo ni kama kupigana na hewa. So Gachagua will be in Meru this weekend. So Bwana Mbudi, be on the lookout. You see how your kiongozi will be pokewan. Can you preempt, Mbudi?
Najua Njiru uli reduce volume, sijui unaogopa, reduce volume to half. Hatukusikii.
Hey. Aya, nimeongezea volume sasa. Can you hear me?
Kidogo tu, but bado unaongea polepole, sijui nini imefanyika. Hebu add volume ya simu yako ama whatever, wherever you are.
Sasa iko 100%. Hata sasa unisikii na nimeleta microphone karibu kabisa.
I can hear you, Alex. I think maybe it's your mic the other side.
You can hear me?
Probably.
Anyway, can you hear me now? Budi? Aya, maybe Julia's wait for Budi to...
Alex was saying something. Alex, let me add on what you said. Even if Obado is jailed for life, even if anaitwa Talam na nyualiwa nani Ujwang, even if they are jailed for life, even if Lagat is jailed for life, will not change our mind about Ruto. Sugoi lazima ende. Because we want him to be jailed also. Him, mwenyewe Kasongo. So unasema ati ni comment juu ya nani Gachagua kwenda huko kwenu?
Yeah, Gachagua will be in Meru and Embu over the weekend. And do you think that's the reason why he brought that truce with Kindiki?
Is it a truce ama ni ile Gachagua huwa na enjoy watu?
Gachagua said to achana na Kindiki. And
he's a smart politician.
For the 2 days, sijasikia hata akimuita Penina.
Unaona, Gachagua is a very smart politician. He knows how to bring people. He's preying on Kindiki because I think he has information that Kindiki is being belittled, being disrespected. Hata Sudi alisema, Sudi said this, that
in their TV, alikuwa kwa TV ya Kikalewe. Na nitawaelezea vile walisema kwa TV ya Kikalewe.
Ati hawatoi Sudi Kindiki sahi, hawawezi kumtoa sahi. Lazima waongee, wagoje, uchaguzi ukaribie. Didn't Sudi say that?
This is what he said. Wacha nikwambie vile alisema kwa TV ya Kikale, and then you react. First of all, Sudi congratulated Wakikuyu, akasema tumeshukuru sana kwa kutuonesha the reality, the status. Nyinyi hamuna sisi na mumefanya vizuri, mmetuonesha mapema. Sasa ile kitu sisi na akasema, and another communication you have also showed us ni ya kwamba tuko na mtu ambaye hana maana. So we have been thinking Kindiki anaweza tusaidia na hawezi tusaidia. He said that. Then akasema ile kitu tutafanya saa hii ni kutafuta marafiki wapya and to mobilize an additional of 3 million votes in Rift Valley. And that's how we are going to compensate ile kura tutapoteza Mlima Kenya. Tunaenda kupata kura ingine 3,000,000 Rift Valley. Question. Hawa watu 3,000,000 Rift Valley, kwani wanaenda kuzaa watu wengine ama ni akina nani? Hawa wanasema ati Rift Valley wanaenda kumobilize milioni ingine 3. Ati hiyo ndio itareplace Mlima Kenya. Julia, go ahead.
So me, what I know, Sudi was trying to pass the message from his boss, and Ruto has never asked Sudi to shut up, so he always agrees with what Sudi says. So Kindiki, Gachagua is aware of what Kindiki is going through. So he's trying to tell him, bro, come back home. And if Kindiki comes back home, the more Gachagua confirms that Ruto is a traitor, you cannot trust him. So that's another style of fighting. So I don't even think that Kindiki and Gachagua can work together. I don't know. I won't say they cannot work together, but I don't think Gachagua means Kindiki to come and vie through DCP or anything. But he's just trying to get him out of UDA through whichever means. So kwenda Meru anaenda consolidate Meru and Embu to prove to akina Ruku you are wrong. This is Mount Kenya. That's my take.
Na amengojewa sana. Amengojewa. I can tell you, I have followed the mobilization in Meru and Embu, and you will not believe. Mutaona mumomonyoko ya watu. Aya, naona Stone PK ameenda. So Julia, let me show you something here from Jeremiah Kioni. Some of you admire him, so wacha nikuweke what he is talking about some people in UDA.
Those who are saying have left UDA, resign. If you are men enough, resign. You cannot come to Olkalau and tell Kenyans from Olkalau musikure pesa ya UDA na wewe huko kwa mchahara ya UDA. Bona mnatuona mafaras kiasi.
Swali poa hiyo.
So even Kangata and the others resign from UDA. Join the parties that you are saying and you are campaigning for, then we believe that you believe in something. These people were in parties, members of parliament who are in parliament,
yes,
under different parties, and have continued to champion the ideologies of other parties, including pretending to be holding offices in those parties, are the ones responsible for the confusion, including the ability of the system of the day to bring goons on us, because we have no clarity. We are now swimming in confusion. We do not even know how to deal with this goonism, because some of them within UDA are also carrying goons with them to these functions.
Okay.
Whether they're in the opposition or in government. So we are actually responsible for the mess that we find ourselves in. But if there was clarity in our minds, just like there is clarity in Gachagwa's mind that he wants 100 members of parliament, come 2027. If that clarity was to be taken to every part or every shade of the campaigning that we are having, will not be able to, will not be maintaining goons.
Okay.
In fact, whoever it is that is responsible for goons, whether within government or outside, will not be able to have that kind of a scenario. So the question you're asking,
yes,
of individuals I respect,
yes,
in the name of Kangata,
yes,
Kangata, and the name of Didi Nyoro,
yes,
there is no, they cannot continue confusing us also. Kama ni wanaume kweli na wanaelewa siasa and they believe in what they have been preaching, let them step out. Come out. Let us read the opposition with clarity. Lakini huwezi kula mchahara jioni, usiku, kila kitu iko kwa UDA, alafu unakuja kutuambia tena mambo ya UDA ati ume step out. Because if it's leadership that we want to entrust with you now, how can we do it? You will continue holding us at ransom until the last minute when making decisions becomes impossible because we have no time. For example, if you want to pick a deputy president for Fred Matiang'i,
yes,
if he ever tries to pick outside Jubilee, that becomes a constitutional issue, becomes a legal issue, because you are picking a person for another party.
Okay.
And then that you have introduced confusion or delay in the Kenyans making up their minds. But if he also is clear and picks a candidate within Jubilee, that's the clarity that we want now. So that then, you know, we are campaigning for this unit and this unit. Those things, tumekuwa watu, when you saw people fighting me in Jubilee and promoting me to become the DPL, it's because I said those things, perhaps too early. I've also said many things now, too early. And there are people who are going, you are going to fight me, they're fighting. But you cannot continue with this kind of lack of foresight. Hauoni pahali tunaenda na tukisema pahali tunaenda tunaingia kwa giza, wengine wanaanza kusema oh Spice don't call Kioni kwa station. Why? Me, I don't want to be part of conning Kenyans.
Okay.
No, we call.
The storyline is told. So Julia, Kioni anasema kuna watu wanachanganya wa Kenya. Explain. Including even those who are in UDA wa resign.
Including him too. Hata yeye sijui amesimamia wapi. Ask me why Njiren. Let me start with Kioni.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kioni, one time he's fighting na kina Gachagua. And his presidential candidate nani ni Matiang'i. So he expect these people he fights to support Matiang'i after fighting them. So sometimes I always ask myself where he is. Now, Kioni has also said, now I understand why he's fighting this battle. Amesema kwamba aliingiliwa, akatolewa, he feels like it was a demotion to be called deputy party leader. Ama cheo chake ni nini? Deputy chairman? What is he? in Jubilee. He was SG, isn't it? Akatolewa. Na hiyo kitu ni muuma. Amesema ati watu walimuingilia akatolewa. So nani alimtoa? Si his party boss or I mean who announced the changes. So I think he has a problem with the whole issues. Then he's saying something. Nimempata. Amesema ataki confusion. And there is no Jubilee where Jubilee can get a running mate from another party because it's not constitutionally allowed. So Jubilee must find a running mate from Jubilee. So if Matiang'i wants a running mate, then his running mate must be Kioni because he's the deputy. That is what he's insinuating. Okay? Sasa hiyo story ya confusion ya Kioni, it was driving there. However, he has a point about akina Kang'ata na akina Nyoro. They're not men enough. They cannot resign. They can't. Because they are eating from both sides of their mouths. They are hypocrites. They are Ruto moles. So the only thing I'm not sure whether Kioni is a Ruto mole or where is he. Ama amepata stress kwa Jubilee mpaka sasa lazima aongee. Or he has seen seemingly that he cannot be the deputy president wa running mate wa Matiang'i. Sasa ni ma frustrations. Ama ni nini Njiru?
Yeah, Kioni is like mimi najua simwere yangu sana, that's why nimemcheza mumusikie. Well, he is asking for clarity. Is he clear himself? Well, he want
he's not clear himself. He's not. Where is he? Is he new DA or in the opposition? Ako wapi yeye mwenyewe?
Ayuko kwa nyama na ayuko kwa roa. So I'm a bit confused by Kioni. Yeah, we know Didi Nyoro and akina Kang'ata, they are a bit wobble, but still in our coalition, because hakuna ati mtu anajaribu kupanga kwa hapa, because I think kila mtu anajipanga na chama yake. Ama aje Julia?
Yeah, kuna point amesema. Na hiyo point anaisema kwa media, which he should say in his party, to his party members, na party bosses, akina Matiang'i, that Matiang'i cannot look for a running mate outside Jubilee. Mbona amesema hivyo?
Because I think he want a position. He thinks he can be
the running mate.
He can be a running mate.
Wa Matiang'i.
Wataenda wapi?
And now I agree, it was a mistake for Matiang'i to vie through Jubilee. Because wameendea Matiang'i, akina Kioni is one who was walking around saying our presidential candidate will be Matiang'i. So Kioni can even call him on phone amwambia mimi ndio nilikuleta kwa hii chama, acha kunisumbua. Yani like he can try to intimidate Matiang'i. So it was a mistake for Matiang'i even to vie through Jubilee. Angefaa mtu chama chake kama Gachagua from scratch, he would be doing better.
Good. Wacha nikuwekee Ruto. Usikie vile ameambia Sifuna. The way Ruto has told Sifuna.
Mimi niliwaeleza kuna watu hawana akili.
A president just called a sitting senator a fool live on television in front of 5,000 people over a chicken. Yes, a chicken. Let that sink in for 3 seconds.
Ati huyo ndio mtu anashindana na mimi. Na niliwaambia these people hawana agenda, hawana mpango, hawana sera, hawana maono, hata akili.
Because in Kenya, sometimes the smallest jokes crack open the biggest wars. Here's what happened. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna looked at Ruto's affordable housing towers, the ones taking 12-story high in Funyula, Busia County, and said something every Luya grandmother will nod at, quote, "We can't live somewhere where our chickens can't. Simple. Cheeky, culturally sharp as a panga. He wasn't just cracking a joke. He was asking a real question. Who designs housing for people and forgets how people actually live?
Waluya tunajua hatuishi mahali kuku yetu iwezi ingia. Kuku yako itaingia 12 floor bana boss. Sasa hii vitu yote unajengea nani kama unatupiga risasi? Unajenga ati affordable housing. Nilienda Funyula na watu wa Funyula wanajua. Funyula wamejenga affordable housing inaenda 12 floor huko. Sisi Waluya tunajua hatuishi mahali kuku yetu iwezi ingia. Ati kwa mguu na umetuweka 12 floor. Na hakuna lift kwa hizo nyumba. Unataka tupande na nini tujivurute mpaka 12 floor? Hakuna.
But William Ruto doesn't do silence. He does return fire with interest. Standing at State House, surrounded by thousands of Juakali artisans, the president grabbed that chicken line and swung it like a club.
Yani unatuambia ati tusifanye affordable housing kwa sababu kuku haiwezi kupelekwa 17th floor. Yani mnatubeba ufala kiasi gani, my friends? Mimi niliwaeleza kuna watu hawana akili.
He rode, bumping Sifuna's 12 floors up to 17 for dramatic effect, because while let facts spoil a good punch.
Wako na akili kweli? Mimi nataka niwaulize. Mimi nasikia ati kuna mwingine anasema ati anataka watu waendelee kukaa kwa slums. Ati anapinga affordable housing. Ati wafanyabiashara wetu waendelee kuuza kwa matope, kwa mahali hakuna usafi, waendelee kuishi kwa jua, ati tusimamishe masoko ile tunajenga. Ati wanatuambia ati vijana wetu wale wa university na TVET waendelee kukaa kwa slums, tuache kujenga hostels. Mimi wakati niliwaambia kuna watu hawana akili, mlikuwa mnafikiri na waonea. Mtu ambaye anasema watu waendelee kukaa kwa slums, tuachane na affordable housing, hapo na akili?
The crowd roared. The clips hit X within minutes, and just like that, a Tuesday joke became a Thursday political earthquake. Now here's where it gets juicy. This isn't really about poultry.
Yule ambaye anatuambia ya kwamba kina mama wetu na wazee wale wanauza katika masoko yetu waendelee kukaa kwa matope na jua na vumbi, mahali hakuna choo, hakuna stima, huyo mtu wako na akili? Mtu ambaye anasema watoto wetu wa university waendelee kukaa vitongoji duni, tusijenge hostels ya watoto wetu kupitia affordable housing, huyo mtu wako na akili? Mimi nawaeleza bana, mashindano hapa mbele itakuwa ni waziwazi. Tuko pamoja ama tuko pamoja? Ati hawa watu ndio wanashindana na mimi, shuali. Ati hawa watu ndio wanashindana na mimi. Mtu ambaye anasema watu waendelee kukaa kwa slums, ati watu wa mama waendelee kuuza kwa jua, ati watoto wetu wa university na college waendelee kukaa vitongoji duni.
Now his weight gets juicy. This isn't really about poultry. This is 2027 chess, and every piece just moved. Sifuna isn't some backbencher heckler anymore. Through his Linda Mwananchi movement, he's morphing into the opposition's most electric voice, and Kenyans are putting their money where their mouths are. In just 32 hours, ordinary citizens crowdfunded over 2 million Kenya shillings for his movement. 10 shillings here, 50 there, small coins from big frustration. That's not a fan base. That's a finance rebellion. So when Ruto called him a fool, social media didn't just laugh. It flipped the script. Sisi ndio Sifuna. They said, we are Sifuna. In Kenyan politics, when you insult the messenger, sometimes you accidentally crown him. And he is the twist within the twist. While Ruto was mocking chickens, he was also hanging out sweeteners, certification programs for uncertified masons and electricians, and announced 8 million Kenya shillings for tools and equipment. Cheers of quote, leo nitaweka mawe, failed State House like a campaign rally in disguise.
Sasa imebaki nini? Ati ati nifanye ile kitu, ati niweke mawe. My goodness. Mimi nitaweka mawe leo, lazima niweke mawe.
But Kenyans have seen this movie before and they know how it ends. Remember Olkalo, gas cylinders, mattresses, fishing boats, roads, the full harambe of handouts before that by-election. Result, UDA got demolished. Over 80% of the votes went the other way. Voters ate the goodies and still walked to the ballot box with their own agenda. That's the new Kenyan proverb forming in real time. Eat the money, vote him out in 2027, which is why even with polls placing Ruto somewhere between 24 and 32% in a crowded field, Sifuna isn't sitting still nursing his ego. This weekend, he heads straight into his own backyard. Kitale on Saturday, then Bungoma's poster grounds on Sunday. For what allies are already branding a coronation, Western Kenya leaders are lining up behind him like it's already decided. So, will Sifuna claim victim or will he claim vengeance? Because if history is any judge, this senator doesn't turn the other cheek. He turns it into a punchline of his own. And with cameras rolling in his ancestral home turf, all eyes are on whether the reply lands measured or savage, because in Kenyan politics, as they say, savage is savage, and this chicken has not finished crossing the road. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Mesh Msembi.
Are you tired of your YouTube channel now?
These girls of Maisha TV are very good reporters. Jiru, hebu nitumie your clip.
Sawa, nitakutumia. So let me ask you a question. When Ruto begins to attack Sifuna, is he aware of the diatomite he is dealing with?
Okay, I saw when you was saying those things, I have analyzed that clip very much. He was in State House. That is one. He mobilized people to go to State House. Did you see Ruto's body language? Ulimwangalia vizuri?
Unajua he looks tensed.
Yes, it is a cover up. It is ile nimechoka. I am frustrated. And so he's asking the crowd to cheer. Ati mimi ni mjinga kweli? And then the youngsters, because they want money, wanasema wewe si mjinga. And then they say atuweka mawe. Weka mawe, they want more money or something, right?
What is weka mawe?
Mi sijui, I think it's like they want more money. Ati niweke mawe. And then he's smiling. Unaona hiyo sheepish smile yake? That wicked smile yake. Umeiona He's trying to act to us, to the public and to the press, that things are all right. Like, look at this crowd.
Acting strong and deep, you are
Yes,
dying.
yes, that things are okay. Look at this crowd cheering me. But the crowd is in State House. Watu wamesanywa. We cannot see that. So hiyo acting haijamsaidia. So he was really trying to act up. And I also think Njiru, he's so stressed. He's behaving like Saul. You remember Saul needed David to play the instrument for him so that ashikwe na wazimu. Unakumbuka story ya Saul? Kwamba David had to go to his house, to the palace, to play the instruments for him ndio ashikwe na wazimu. And every time David didn't play, alikuwa anashikwa na wazimu. That is what Ruto is happening to Ruto. Lazima angekuwa na hiyo crowd, otherwise atashikwa na wazimu. Hiyo act imeona nayo akijijaza, akiuliza, he's asking those youngsters had to say what Ruto wanted because they need his money. Wanataka hiyo pesa. Lazima watoke hapo na pesa. They want to get as much as they can from Ruto kabla wachatoka State House. So they have to cheer, they have to say yes, they have to say watu ni wajinga. Mbona ite mkutano State House? Mbona asiende Vumula kwa kina Sifuna aseme hizo vitu ama aende Karatina? Why he can't do that? Why he can't even go, not even Karatina? Na si atoke Nairobi anze kusema hizo vitu uko kwa streets. and we see whether he get the same kind of a cheer. It is because now State House is the only place you can gather people and you get those kind of cheers. Because Jama karibu kutupa mbao. If he doesn't do that, he will run mad like King Saul. Actually, he's already running mad. He's already running in usiku halali. Hata pengine anatembea kwake usiku huko kwa he's night walking in State House when he's alone. Huh? So he must have that crowd to cheer him. He's asking them, mimi ni mjinga, suwa ni ujinga, sijui nini. Those people must say yes. And that is his only consolation. That is how I see it.
Wacha nikuwekee one of the senator, usikie vile anasema about Kikuyus.
To remain calm and to speak peace among us, the Kenyan people. Mr. Speaker, as a leader in this house, as a leader in this country, we are heading, Mr. Speaker, in a very dangerous ground. The elections are just maybe a year or so to go, and the utterances of leaders in respect to coexistence between communities, the Speaker, is alarming. I've heard the Speaker, and this question should go to all of us. I've heard the Senator from Narok mention the utterances that have been made by the CS for Health in respect of the relationship between two communities in this country, the Speaker. Trying to elevate a community above another community or a community above other communities. Going to the extent, the Speaker, of even naming and calling one community hyenas. Mr. Speaker, we were in this country when in 2007, there was a debate in social media and in the mainstream media of people calling each other frogs and all manner of names. Mr. Speaker, after that election, we all know what happened. So, Speaker, we must put Duale on the spot and tell him that Kikuyus are not hyenas. They have never been hyenas, the Speaker. They are citizens of this country, the Speaker.
Honorable Senator,
Speaker, they are citizens of
Senator Wabua, Senator Wabua, Senator Wabua, you're out of order. Senator Wabua, you're out of order. Take a seat.
I will proceed as directed, Mr. Speaker. But let me just conclude by saying that then all of us, including yourself, myself, and all leaders in this country, we have a duty of care to preach peace and coexistence in this country, Mr. Speaker. If we blow up this country, there will be no other Kenya for us to live in. All of us suffer, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes we make utterances which are not good. I listen to my abdi, a very good friend that I respect, the cabinet secretary, really, the Honorable Duale, making a comparison of two communities, creating one community as more superior than the others. Such comments will drag this country back into the trenches where we were in 2007. Mr. Speaker, when you say that one community is superior than the other, what you're doing is that you are telling our young kids who are here on this floor that when they grow, there are different classes that we have in different communities.
It is true that we want a peaceful country, we want a united country, and it is wrong for any leader to stand in any podium and discriminate.
They were reacting to what Duale said when Duale called Kikuyus hyenas. Can you react, Madam Julia?
No, I don't know how to react to Duale. I think he's another hyena too, a big one. That's what I can also call him. But nimeona kitu kwa Twitter. Did you see something that's Malala ameteuliwa kwa ministry? Did you see something like that?
Yeah, but somebody here told us that
it's fake.
It is fake, yeah.
Winnie Odinga, Junet Mohammed, Koki Muli, Professor Malala, Agnes Zani. Ni fake, inaweza kuwa fake by the way. Anything can be possible in Twitter. So for Duale, I don't pay attention to Duale. He's also another hyena, if not our talk.
But you hear he is calling Kikuyus hyenas.
Yeah, he can call us anything. He's worse than that himself. Even mimi vile tu sina room ya kumuita nikisikika. Naweza muita hivyo. Ama nimuite kitu ingine hapo.
Haya, wacha niwaekee Sifuna akiwa kwa TV juzi. Nataka usikie vile the speech which made Ruto to go nuts. This interview which made Ruto go nuts. Tutamalizia na hii juria.
Building yako na una compare eka moja, hiyo shamba ya Upper Hill ni kama ya police station ni kama eka 2. Eka moja ya shamba hapa hii ni zaidi ya shilingi milioni 600. So hiyo ni mali ambayo mmepoteza nyinyi kama wananchi, lakini hakuna mtu anawawajibikia.
Sasa Omami, labda tukiuliza, kuna swali ulilihepa la nani kwamba utasimama kiti cha urais bado, na hapa nyuma ulisema kwamba it's from SG to HG to HE. Sasa kama HE, umejua hatujaiona ile kandarasi ya nini ya SGR.
SGR.
Kama HE, utatusaidia kuziona hizi kandarasi mpaka hii yenye inatoka nini ikienda Malaba?
Kwanza ni kuambia kwamba mimi nilipofika Taita kunifurusha katika zile nafasi zote ambazo baba alikuwa amenipatia. Unaona? Na ni kawaida, unajua Waluya wanajua mzee wa boma akikufa unaonanga mtu amekujia mjane kidogo kidogo ile mahindi ilikuwa kwa store ya watoto yake kula imebebwa, majomba wake wanakuja wanachukua nguo. So wamenivua kila kitu kwa sababu hii vitu yote kwanza nilikuwa nimepewa na baba. Ile imebaki tu ni ile nilipewa na wananchi wa Nairobi. Na unajua kuna wimbo ya Kikristo tunapenda sana. Ile inasemanga ile miaka ilioliwa na nzige itaregeshwa. Wananchi wakaniambia, Sifuna, waacha wakutoe nguo ziishe zote, tuanze kukuvalisha mpya. Umanye ne kwalo hanga bembanga bali lelo Mungu bembia mayu ndo manga lelo Mungu bembia. Mnajua hiyo wimbo? So hawa vijana wa Taita ndio waliniambia, Sifuna, tunataka utoke SG uingie HE. Unaona, ni mapenzi yao ya kwamba uwe na hii. Na baada ya sisi kupewa hiyo nguvu, mimi nataka turudishe uwazi katika hii mambo ya procurement. Na nina historia ya hii mambo, unajua, kwa sababu kuna ile kuongea na kuna ile kutenda. Wale ambao wanakumbuka tulikuwa na mvurugano mkubwa sana na Mheshimiwa Raila kuhusu ile airport deal ya Adani. Unaona? Kuna wengine wanasemanga Sifuna alikuwa hawezi pinga baba. Si kupinga tu, kwa sababu mheshimu baba alikuwa mwanademokrasia. Kuna wakati ambapo tumeamuka tukaambiwa ati airport imepeanwa kwa Adani. Unaona? Wakakuja wakaanza kusema unajua ilikuwa PPP sijui nini. Ukiangalia sheria ya PPP yenyewe inasema kwanza taifa lazima liorodheshe miradi yote ambayo wanaita priority projects ambayo tunatafuta PPP. Dunia mzima ijue tunatafuta airport, tunatafuta reli ya kwenda Kisumu, tunatafuta reli ya kwenda Bungoma ama Malaba. Ndio? Baada ya kila mtu kujua hivyo, uwazi una dictate ya kwamba ukipata hiyo PPP si ati kutumia kwa email yako au kwa desk hapa ati ukae nayo. Hapana. Una ile responsibility ya kutangaza kwamba Kisondio amesema ako na proposal hapa, anataka kujenga airport. Na hii ndio proposal yake, and this is how it makes sense. Hiyo uwazi ni kitu ambayo tunataka katika public procurement ili tuweze kujua. So baba alisema nyinyi Sifuna mnapiga kelele mtafukuza wawekezaji. Tukamwambia baba, wewe ndio ulitufunza hii mambo ya uwajibikaji. You are the one who taught us that we need to live in a country that is transparent. So tukavurugana na yeye, hata alikuwa na jamii nyingi zingine anagonga meza, anamwambia Jacob, wacha tu hao watu wafanye the right thing. Alafu anakaa, after 2 weeks nikaona Mbadi amepublish new regulations na ziko pale, anaweka mpaka kwa gazeti, akasema going forward this is the regulations that are going to be followed when we do PPP projects. We are not supposed to hear it from a whistleblower. We are supposed to hear it from government that we have received a proposal. And true to form, we saw that for instance, when they were doing the PPP on electricity infrastructure, they put it in the newspapers. That is what we want. That's the country we want. Unaona? So mimi na hiyo historia na nikiingia katika afisi ambayo wanataka kunipea hii, that is how we are going to run government. Ya kwamba kwanza kabisa kuwe na wazi. Hatukatai, tunahitaji PPPs, lakini lazima zifanywe kwa wazi. Na tena hiyo PPP lazima make sense. Wakati tumekaa tunasoma hiyo proposal ya Adani, mimi kama wewe unajua vizuri tunataka kuexpand airport. Nilitarajia kwamba kitu ya kwanza phase 1 unaanza na kujenga kwanza hiyo runway mpya ya kwanza, ndio tujue managers wafute watu kazi waanze kucollect. Ukisoma ya Ketraco ile walikuwa wameleta ya kutengeneza infrastructure ya umeme, badala mtu akikwambia anakuja kutengeneza grid, national grid ya Kenya, na unajua kuna counties 13 ambazo ziko kwa grid. My expectation as a leader ni unaanza na hizo, unasema since independence there are 13 counties that are not on the grid. Now as a PPP, because we have one national grid, do you know how it feels for the people in Marsabit, for instance? We have the largest wind farm there producing electricity, inapita hivi juu wanaiona tu ikienda, hawana wao wenyewe hawana, because that steamer has to come all the way to Suswa to be stepped down and have distributed. When it's being distributed, it doesn't go back to them. So we are saying if you want a PPP yenye ni serious, utaona mtu anakuambia phase 1 ni kuinclude wenzetu ambao hawako kwa grade kwanza. Lakini nilisoma hiyo ya Adani, that time I was still a member of the energy committee. Phase 1 ilikuwa kutengeneza stima ya Nairobi county. Nikasema haki ya Mungu, hata mimi ndio na represent watu wa Nairobi, ndio nataka hizi vitu zifanywe hapa, but at least sisi na nyinyi wote mnaishi Nairobi, at least sisi tuko kwa grid. Hata kama ni unstable saa nyingine inapotea, tuko kwa grid. So ile moyo ambayo sisi tulizaliwa nayo inanisukuma, inasema Sifuna, fairness dictates ya kwamba kabla tuulizane wewe unapata ngapi, kwanza sisi uche unyolanga chik na mwe masangapi.
Aha, msikilizaji, tunashukuru maoni yetu. Mheshimiwa Sifuna anaongea na Wakenya wote, si Waluhya peke yao. Ndio maana unaona kidogo tunaweka Kiswahili mingi na address Wakenya wote, si specifically kwa sababu ni Sifuna wa Wakenya.
Bila mtu ni Sifuna. Asante.
That is why tumeswitch kwa Kiswahili kwa mingi sana, ndio wasikilizaji wote waridhike. Wengi wamegoja kipindi hiki sana.
Asante.
Kwa hivyo thank you very much kwa hayo maoni. Mheshimiwa Sifuna, kidogo tukirudi nyuma, magavana wanasema hawataki kufika mbele ya Seneti kwa sababu wanaharakishwa. Kuna wiki hand, kuna yani mmeomba kabisa. Unasemaje?
Kwanza unajua nimekuelezea kwamba hivi vikao vya bunge la Senate sio vikao vya siri. Kuna makamera, jinsi ambavyo hii makamera iko hapa. Unaona? Number 2, sisi tunatumia documents mbili peke yake. Report ya Auditor General na majibu ya county governor. Wakati wanakaa kutengeneza hiyo majibu, Sifuna hayuko hapo. Zini wao wenyewe wameandika. Hata wakati mwingine wao wanakuja tunawaambia tukianza mkutano, naambia governor, hii majibu ambayo umetuma hapa hatuoni umesign. Kwanza sign ndio tujue ni yako. Mumeona hii mambo ikifanyika. So katika kaunti zetu kuna changamoto nyingi sana, na lazima tuulize haya maswali kwa ajili ya wananchi wetu. Mimi jambo ambalo linanipa moyo ni kwa sababu huwa tunapata feedback kutoka kwa nchi nzima. Wakisikia tu governor wa Isiolo anakuja Senate, watu wa Isiolo, kwa sababu namba zetu unajua jenzi walisambaza. Kila mtu Kenya ako na namba ya Sifuna, sio siri. Unaona tu wamekutumia hapo, wanaambia Sifuna, wewe jamaa asikuje kukudanganya ati mortuary iko sawa. Hii ndio the current state. Tulienda Busia kana public accounts committee. Wakasema ukitoka hiyo hospitali tukaenda kuangalia stadium yao hapo, uwanja walikuwa wamevurugana kidogo, ukuta imeangushwa chini, pesa imetumiwa lakini kiwanja hakijakamilika. Waliambia hawa wakazi wa Busia, hawa vijana wanajiita jobless, wakaambia ama seneta wengine, endeni kwanza tunataka kuongea na Sifuna. Kuna vitu tunataka kumwambia. Wakazungumza kuhusu hali ilivyo katika hospitali ya Busia. Unajua one of the things yenye tuli notice, na ukitaka kujua kuna shida mahali, ukiingia katika public hospital, unaona vile una drive ukienda kwa gate ya hospitali ya Busia, on the left ni hospitali, on the right ni hizi pharmacies private kutoka juu mpaka chini. Ujue kuna shida pale. kuna ufisadi inaendelea pale kuhakikisha kwamba either madawa ambayo yalifaa kuwa kwenye hospitali hayako ama yanaibiwa yanauzwa kwenye hizi private nini. Sijui huko nyuma kabla hata nizaliwe. Hivyo ndio iko. Unaona? So ukienda kama mimi mwakilishi wa wananchi na nahitajika kuuliza haya maswali. Nikiuliza Otuoma hiyo swali anasema ati ni witch hunt. Ni witch hunt aje? Si ukuje utuambie what challenges you're facing kwa upgrade hospitali. Ukuje utuambie kwa nini madawa haiko ndani ya hospitali na kwa nini hizi chemist zote zimejaa hapa na za kina nani? Ukiongea na board of management wanasema Sifuna kuna vitu tutakwambia kwa siri. Kwa sababu if they tell you who the owners of those things are, unakuta ni management ya county wako hapo, management ya hospitali wako hapo. Lakini wakisema publicly wataandamwa. Unaona? So when we do these meetings, it is not about witch hunt. We have real problems in our counties. We actually have real problems in our counties. Na kazi yetu sisi ni kuuliza haya maswali. Walijaribu kutuchafulia jina. Wakatuita majina sana. Haya, Senate Speaker wetu Kingi akawaambia tunawapa muda mlete hiyo ushahidi ya kwamba haya mambo ati mnanyanyaswa kwenye hizo makamati. Na nikasimama nikasema vile shida ambazo ziko kwa counties kwa mfano, hakuna senator ati ukitoa Sifuna kwa public accounts ati uweke mwingine, hakuna senator atanyamazia hiyo vitu. Kwa sababu ni maovu na kila mtu anaona haya mambo ni maovu. Unaona? So wakapatiwa muda mpaka waleo walirudi wenyewe pole pole wakaenda kuona speaker na uongozi wa bunge pale, wakasema bana waacha basi tumalize hii maneno, ati tutarudi kwa nini kwa hivyo vikao, kwa sababu sisi pale Senate tulisema it is a constitutional imperative, sio sisi tunasema. Na Sifuna will not always be the senator of Nairobi. There will be other senators, but you will still be required by the constitution to account for public money. So hiyo ilikuwa tu ni kelele. Kwanza, it was an unconstitutional move kwa sababu you can't just say you are not going to appear. Number two, they have seen a lot of benefit has come from those sessions with the Public Accounts Committee. In our early years, nakumbuka walikuwa wana complain ya kwamba shirika la KRA inawapiga penalty wakichelewa kuremit zile deductions za wafanyikazi, and yet treasury pia inachelewesha kuleta pesa ya kulipa hao wafanyikazi. Senate Public Accounts Committee ndio ilisaidia counties tukatoa hiyo kitu. Tumekuwa na mijadala mizuri sana pale kwa Senate. Kwa mfano, tuli-identify counties 13 ambazo tulikuwa tunataka tuwa boost kidogo, tukawawekea pesa zaidi ili waweze kufanya maendeleo katika maeneo yao. Kuna counties 13, yule gavana mmoja tu ambaye alirudi Senate kusema asante. Unajua kuna hadithi kwenye Biblia, Yesu aliponya lepers walikuwa 9 ama 10. Lakini kuna mmoja tu ndiye alirudi akasema asante. So gavana wa Nyandarua pekee ndiye aliwahi kuja Senate akasema enyewe mlituangalia na jicho mzuri, asanteni. Tunasukumanga hawa jamaa wa National Assembly waongeze pesa. Na mnaona hizi debates zikiendelea, ili watu wetu wale governors wasikuwe na excuse ya kutufanyia wananchi kazi, si ndio? Wakipata pesa wako sawa. Sasa Sifuna kusukuma pesa ikuje, wewe wanasema Sifuna shikilia hapo bwana, tuko mahali mbaya hivi tuongelelea. Sasa kuwajibika, Sifuna ni mbaya.
Senator amesema kwamba bado unatembea katika kaunti ambazo zimesalia ifikapo 34 na tutaweza kutoa jawabu. Kando na hapo, kuna msisimko wa kisiasa kutoka eneo la magharibi mwa Kenya. Na watu wanajiuliza, je, Sifuna ameconsolidate hadi Western Base? Kando na hapo, kuna wale wamejitokeza wamesema Sifuna hana pesa, hawezi kuwa president.
Kwanza nataka nichukue fursa hii, kama sijasema bado, ni washukuru wakazi wa Western Kenya. Kwa sababu hata mimi imenipata by surprise. Unajua, kwa sababu nimefuatilia siasa zetu za Western. Ni vigumu sana kupata watu wa Mlembe wanazungumza lugha moja. Tu unaenda Vihiga unasikia sisi ndio Sifuna. Unaenda Trans Nzoia unasikia the same thing. Busia wanaimba the same thing. Bungoma wanaimba the same thing. Na kila mahali Kakamega wanaimba the same thing. Si kitu cha kawaida. So hata mimi bado najaribu kuelewa ni nini kinaendelea. Unaona? Na nataka niwashukuru kwa sababu wamenipa support, na hii muungano wetu ya Linda Mwananchi wametupa support sana. Unajua, wakati tulikuwa tunafanya mkutano wetu wa kwanza kule Busia, tulikuwa tumetishwa sana, wanasema wanatupangia magenge ya vijana, hatutaingia Busia. Watu wa Busia walijitokeza wakashika doria wenyewe na wakahakikisha kwamba mkutano wetu umefanyika na walitupokea kwa kishindo sana. Hakuna kitu kingine ndai watu wetu. Bana Bevwe, what you have done so far, I have nothing but, I don't know how I can say, gratitude. Yani I just say thank you for the overwhelming support that has come just instantaneously, and I personally, I would never have planned something like this. You can't sit and plan what is happening in Western Kenya. I have been overwhelmed. I have been overwhelmed by the pouring of support and love, and I just want to keep saying asante. And hiyo kitu ndio inanisukuma nasema, you know, I have so many people to disappoint if we fail in this journey. So that is why I'm telling you, Omar, allow us to go everywhere so that when I come home I have a report. Bako le nandi na ndi hata sekenya kana ba uli kwa bali esese semwe nitawe. Nenyanga mpene etini mpovu omundu kameza mandera o halumu luyata kecha babo le ali mandera yeyo balu yabo bandu befe bose bafukirire. Ngane mwabone governor wo Murang'a keche ngo namubolera ali engakiyeyo sikulisabula nende musoleli wenyu. You know? So allow us, because we have a responsibility and an opportunity yenye haijakuwa rahisi kufikia, na watu wetu wanafanya hivi kwa sababu wameumia bwana. Wameumia. Unajua wananchi wamekuwa na hopes kwa viongozi wengi sana, alafu kitu inafanyikanga tu hapa katikati tu unakuta mtu amepotea njia. Kuna jamaa alikuwa anamsikia hapa akisema yeye ndiye alikuwa first vice president. Kwanza ajui anatukumbusha ile uchungu yenye alituangusha. In 2000 unadanganywa na vice president ya miezi 3 na ilhali alikuwa na nafasi nzuri sana. By now huyo jamaa angekuwa ameshakuwa rais wa Kenya. By now angekuwa rais wa Kenya. Asema ndiye alikuwa kwanza vice president, yeye ndiye atakuwa kwanza rais. Ndio nakwambia anatukumbusha makosa yake. Yeye anafikiria ati ni kitu mzuri. Mimi nilikuwa pale 2002, ilikuwa mara yangu ya kwanza kupiga kura. Sisi tunakutegemea, alafu hadi unadanganywa imebaki miezi 3 ya uchaguzi. Miezi 3 ndugu zangu. Na tulikuwa tunaangalia kitu kubwa mbele. Jamani. Hiyo ndio unasimama unasema wewe ndio ulikuwa wa kwanza. Hiyo barabara kama ni ndio wanasema barabara, hiyo hatuendi sisi. Hiyo wanasema hatuna pesa. Watu wa Olkalao wamewaonyesha hiyo pesa yenu haitawasaidia. Pesa is not the answer. Sisi tutatembea tu vile tunatembeanga Omar. Mimi saa hizi niko tayari kuingia Trans Nzoia. Nahitaji nini kwenda Trans Nzoia? Bora mafuta ya gari ikuweko, napiga barabara naingia Kitale. Wananchi watatupokea pale. Tumepata support bwana. Tuko na paybill number hapo kwa website yetu. Watu wanaekanga hapo pesa, tunalipa nayo DJ Spider na tunalipa tent ile stage. Nini nyingine unahitaji? Unahitaji hiyo stage na kipaza sauti. Na watu ondokee wasikuje kuvuruga mikutano yetu, kwa sababu sisi hatuvurugi mikutano yao. Wacha tupige sherehe yetu vile tulipiga sherehe yetu pale Voi. Tunatoka tunaenda, tunakuumiza nini? Hakuna. So wale ambao wanasema mambo ya pesa, unajua kama mzee Atwoli alianza na kitu alikuwa anaita password. Alisema yeye ati ndio yako na password ya uongozi ya Western. Niliuliza swali siku nyingine, so unataka kuniambia Atwoli amekuanga tu na hii password ametulia nayo, mbona asipewe eta? Mbona hakupewa eta hiyo password? Tungekuwa tushaingia kwa Ikulu kitambo. Huyu Mudavadi angepewa hiyo password. Hata Raila si alikuwa shemeji ya Atwoli. Si mbona hakumpea hiyo password? 2022 tukitafuta kura, Atwoli alikuwa kwa presidential team, hata mikutano ya strategy ilikuwa inafanywa kwa boma yake kule Kajiado. Mbona hakupeana hiyo password? Sahi anasema yeye ndiye yako na 1 billion ile ati anaweza pea Sifuna. Mimi sitaki pesa yako mzee, tafadhali. I don't need that money. Wacha wananchi wanitumie hizo 10 bob zao zenye wanatuma sahi kwa M-Pesa zetu. Yani boss. Ya kama bali I'm telling you we are a different generation of leaders and we are going to do this politics differently. I would rather be indebted to 10 million Kenyans because they gave me 10 bob each than to one person who gave me 1 billion shillings. Because that's where the corruption begins. Kama unajua vizuri ati huyu jamaa mmoja ndiye alifinance, akikuja wewe ukikuwa president aseme hii reli badala iende Malaba pitisha kwa Isero hapo kwangu. Huwezi kataa. Lakini Kama ni hawa Kenya 10,000 milioni 10 walikutumia 10 bob, unajua uko na uwajibikaji kwa wao, sio kwa hao mabwanyenye hawa. Na ndio maana naomba wa Kenya, you need to free our politics from this dirty money. Kwa sababu wewe hiyo 1 billion kwanza umetoa wapi? Wafanyikazi wanalia kila mahali. How can the leader of wafanyikazi have $1 billion to contribute to a campaign? Si apewe wafanyikazi wale wanalia. Wamenyanyaswa na hiyo. In fact angetuambia hiyo 1 billion anataka kuchukua kusubsidize mishahara ya wafanyikazi wale wanakatwa SHA. Wale wamekatwa na housing levy na vinya wananchi. Aseme hiyo 1 billion kwanza nataka kusema hapa saa hii. Atuoli chukua hiyo 1 billion yenye ulikuwa upe Sifuna. Rudishia wafanyikazi wapate kila mtu hata kama ni shilingi 10.
Kuna wale ambao wanasema you are too young to be the president, the sixth vile wanasema.
Unajua kwanza mimi mtu mzima tu bwana ya mtu miaka 44 na baba ya mtu unaniita mtoto. Ndio maana umechaga baria. Haya, number 2, it is the Kenyans who determine who they want in leadership. And we have seen for instance, unajua mtu alizimama akasema wewe Sifuna safari yako ni kama ya Obama. Obama alikuwa senate miaka 2. Mimi nimefanya 4. I've done twice the amount of time in the Senate that Obama did. Unaona? Na wananchi wenyewe wakikubali kwa sababu umewapa sera zako na wameona kwamba unaweza kurudisha nchi katika maadili fulani na ndio wanataka, watakuinua wenyewe. Hivi viti vyote ni vya kupewa na wananchi. Number 2, hiyo experience wanazungumzia sio experience nzuri. Na sisi hatutaki kuleta experience ya ufisadi, experience ya kunyanyasa watu katika uongozi. Hapana. Tunataka tuwe na serikali ambayo ina understand kitu inaitwa meritocracy. Ukizungumza na wafanyikazi wengi katika serikali, bwana, watu wamevunjika moyo kwa sababu unakuta kwa mfano wale ambao ni professionals kwenye ministries hizi hawapewi nafasi ya kufanya kazi zao kwa sababu unakuta boss wake hata hajasomea hiyo taaluma, hiyo kazi ambayo ameambiwa afanye ama amepewa afanye, lakini kwa sababu yeye ni kutoka kwa jamii ya rais, anajua vizuri huyu jamaa hajui chochote, hajui chochote, lakini yeye ndio boss wake. Wamefinyiliwa sana. Sisi tunataka tulete uongozi ambao si uongozi ya ujuaji. Usijifanye kama kiongozi kwamba wewe unajua kila kitu. Unaona? Kwa sababu kuna watu Kenya hii na nje za hii nchi yetu ambao wana taaluma, wanasaidia nchi zingine kusonga mbele. Kwa mfano, ukienda ati Nairobi hapa, kitu kama kufanya bus rapid transport imetushinda. Badala tujenge barabara dedicated ya basi kama vile tumeona Dar es Salaam, mwingine anaamka tu anasema tuchore line ya red kwa lane moja ya Thika Road. Ati itakuwa basi mass rapid transportation. Nimeenda Afrika Kusini, kuna kijana mdogo tena ni mbukuzi anaitwa Wafula. Unaenda nchi ya East London, unakuta boardwalk hii wametengeneza karibu na bahari, mahali ambapo familia zinakuja on Sundays kujivinjari, na wameweka mandhari nzuri na ni safi. Huyo kijana hawezi rudi Nairobi kwa sababu akirudi Nairobi atajaribu kufanya kazi hapa hatapewa kwa sababu yeye ni mbukusu ama yeye ni Muluya. Ukiona CV vile baba alikuwa anasema Wafula wanasukuma kana. Wanachukua mtu mwingine wanaweka pale mwenye hajui kazi. So mimi nikiwa katika nafasi ambayo inaweza amua hatima ya nchi hii, tunataka turudishe hiyo kitu inaitwa meritocracy. Nikubali kwamba mimi kama Sifuna, mimi ni wakili, sheria najua, lakini ninaweza kuwa pia engineer wa barabara. Ati mimi ndio nachora barabara. Haiwezekani. Si kuna watu wanajua hiyo kazi. Waruhusu wafanye hiyo kazi. Siwezi kukua wewe ati kama vile Moi alikuwa anajiita mkulima number 1, wewe ndio mwalimu number 1. Hii siasa ya ujuaji hii ndio tunataka tuache nyuma. Hatutafuti 2027, munisikize vizuri sana. Hatutafuti mtu mwenye anajua kila kitu. Tunajua mtu mwenye ako humble enough kukubali kwamba kuna vitu hajui na akiri kwamba kuna watu wanajua hiyo kitu yeye hajui, na wapatie nafasi wafanye hiyo kitu kwa sababu wamesomea hiyo kazi. Unaona? Ukiangalia mimi nawaambia kuna mabadiliko mengi ambayo tunataka kufanya katika nchi yetu ili tuweze hata kuvutia. Niliwazungumzia kuhusu kuvutia wawekezaji. Mtu hawezi leta mradi.
At University of Phoenix, your tuition rate is locked in from the day you enroll until you graduate, so you always know what to expect.
The card that's preferred for a reason. Chase Sapphire Preferred.
Yeah, we needed to play that. Yeah, Sifuna has christened himself as Obama. And maybe, Julia, I can ask you a question. I wanted to give Acacia ni sawa nimesikia. Njeri, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Today I wanted to do an explicit check of Sifuna, looking at him, his consistency, his speech work. I wanted today at least people to get those uninterrupted minutes of Sifuna so that we can judge him. Can you speak about Sifuna as a candidate based on what you have seen or his recent interviews which he is doing? Not the Sifuna of rallies, because you know rallies cannot tell you much. Sifuna is a man who has been given airtime to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know about the presidency thing because probably I have a lot of expectations. But what I can say, I think Kenyans can trust Sifuna. It's not about to waver, and it's not about to change his stand. It's not about to move to change what he believes in. I feel he can serve Kenyans. Kenyans can trust him. That is what I think. And nashanga ni nani alikuwa anasema he was the first vice president. Nani huyo? Who was he referring to?
First vice president, I didn't get that. So maybe
kuna mtu alisema alimwambia ati I was the first vice president.
No, what I know has come out of Sifuna is that there are some 3 families in Luya land who have decided to back him using money. They have said they will fund 47% of his campaign. It is the Ambwele family, Awori family, and another person, familia za watu watatu. So, but it also looks like Sifuna is modeling his campaign from grassroots. Nasikia kampeni yake imefikisha milioni 2 sahii kwa ile pay bill wanachangisha.
Si amesema hataki hiyo pesa ya mabwenyenye.
Yeah, so that is what is happening. I think
the guy is likable.
Is dressing himself as a candidate. I think the only thing we can do is to wait and watch. Go ahead.
Yeah, the guy is likable, and the guy Kenyans can trust him. I can trust him too. I don't feel like he's about to waver. I also feel like he's about to be bought. And I don't think that there are few people that I can tell that I don't think they can be bought right now by Ruto. According to me, there are only 3. And that is Sifuna is one of them. Mother Karua is another one. And I don't think Matiang'i can be bought. The others, I'm not sure. They cannot make deals. Wengine wote wenye sijataja Njiru wanaweza kuambia vitu vichenjaga. They can behave like Raila Odinga. So I think for Sifuna, Kenyans can trust him.
Yeah, I think that was quite intense. Stone PK, are you there? Ama ulienda kuchonga viazi?
So PK alikuja kulala kwa show. Alilala.
Yeah, I think he might not be very much motivated. Let me see kama naweza kupea kitu ingine. Nasikia Tatori amejitetea after saying that by the way, nasikia mpaka hata widow anania ameongea. Ama tusikilize huyu mama.
Who's widow?
Ojwang.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to get emotional?
Is it a repeat speech ama sini ile ya kitambo?
Ameongea juzi. You can listen to it.
Kama unataka.
Ama kwanza tungeanzia na the sentencing of Obado. No. Acha tuachana. That one, I think sentencing of Obado, everybody knows. Let's just have this. The widow of Ojwang speaking. Man, why kill somebody?
In Homa Bay County by individuals who identify themselves as detectives from the Directorate of Criminal Investigation. He was first booked at Mawego Police Station before being transported to Nairobi, where he was again booked at Central Police Station. A few hours later, news broke out that Albert Ojwang is normal. This will be our focus in today's conversation as we engage Nevnina Onyango, who happens to be the widow of the late Albert Ojwang. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is Mwelekeo TV, where we bring you stories that will not only inspire you, but give you a reason to believe that there's always a bright, or better still, light at the end of the tunnel. My good name is Tony Nyakoko. Interact with us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, YouTube, kila mahali. It's Mwelekeo TV. Kindly dunga like, follow, subscribe, and engage with us. Unajuanga sisi, we always try as much as we can to get back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this candid, insightful, and inspiring conversation. Karibu sana Nevnina Onyango.
Thank you so
The
much.
name Nevnina kidogo. Hii Nevnina ilitoka wapi kwanza?
It's a bit complicated. Hata mimi sijui wazazi walitoa wapi.
So ulikuja tu kupata unaitwa Nevnina. Nevnina Onyango.
Yeah.
So how's life been after the death of Albert Ojwang? Kwanza tuanze. Acha kwa nianze hapa. Who was Albert Ojwang and how was your relationship with him?
Albert Ojwang was my husband. I met him way back in 2021. Yeah, so like we shared a beautiful journey until his last. Yeah.
Behind closed doors, kama camera ziko, who was Albert Ojwang?
A very sweet guy. Yeah, a very loving person. Yeah, he was outgoing, full of jokes, talk about football at any given time. Yeah, he was a very staunch Manchester United fan.
Manu.
Yeah. So every time umeona venye timu kubwa imepiga mtu. Yeah, so alikuwa anapenda football sana.
Before we get into the gist of that conversation, unaweza sema, what do you miss so much about this young man? 30 years of age, alikuwa turn 31. What do you miss so much about Albert?
Yeah, I miss his presence, especially kwa life ya my son. Yeah, he was there for him and everything was just beautiful akiwa. So yeah, that is what I miss the most, venye alikuwa loving dad. Yeah.
So what happened to Albert? What really happened to Albert? Sababu kuna watu walisikia tu kwa news, but you are the person that interacted mostly with Albert Ojwang during his final days. Utasema, what happened?
Yeah, so he was actually picked when we were together. We were actually having lunch. Then some guys came and they stated that they were from the DCI. They were sent with an individual. Kuna vitu Albert alikuwa ameandika kuhusu mkubwa wao, so they wanted to know penye alikuwa ametoa information ama mbona alikuwa ameandika vitu kama hizo. So they took him, went with him to Nairobi. Then the following day, it was on a Sunday, tukapata news that is normal.
Who broke the news? Who broke the news to you that Albert was normal?
Actually, May. So I saw the news on social media. So, I saw that there was a guy in a police station. Hakuwa ameandika jina yake at first.
So it was just speculations.
So nika conclude to that haiwezi kuwa yeye juu. Haiwezi jigonga kichwa kwa cell juu alikuwa tu sawa. So after a while, because the dad alikuwa amemfuata nyuma, na akakuja akacall, akatuambia like alikuwa amekuja, but amepatiwa the sad news that he's no more. Yeah.
Now, let me just ask this question. When Albert was still on transit from Mawego to Nairobi, did you communicate to him? Did you talk to him?
Yes.
And how was his mood? Alikuwaje? Alikuwa na uoga? Alikuwa ameishiwa nguvu? Sababu unajua it was his first arrest. So how was he in terms of mental?
So at first wakiwa tu kwa njia, he was okay. But tulikuwa tunaongea na yeye through simu ya one of the guys that had picked him. So alikuwa tu sawa, hadi akaniambia that the guys bought him snacks, wakakula. So time yenye usiku tukiongea akaniambia amefika Central Police Station, ndo like alikuwa a bit tensed. Yeah, alikuwa ananiuliza, yani he wasn't just okay.
What was your last conversation with him?
Yeah, we talked, akaniuliza kama I'm also coming. Nikaambia I'm not coming, I can't leave mom. Dad ndiye anakuja. So like mko sure mnakuja kweli? Nikaambia tunakuja, but ungekuja pia, unajua ukikuja at least niweza kuwa na hiyo nguvu. Nikaambia nothing is going to happen. Unaenda tu kuhandle whatever au sawa mkuchukua hapa, then it will be okay. Akaniambia it's okay mama, I'll try be strong, I love you, see you soon. Hivyo tu. Yeah, so I was expecting by maybe asubuhi atapiga ama niongee naye through his dad's phone aniambie venye vitu ziko, but unfortunately happened.
Did you ever know what really happened inside that police? Ulikuja kujua ama pia unakusoma tu kwa mitandao about what really happened?
Yeah, mi pia nasoma tu kwa mitandao. Like we still don't have an answer yet of what really transpired.
So we shall be talking about that in a bit, but during the burial of Albert Ojwang, a lot was said, a lot was promised, and a lot happened, including President William Ruto also spoke about it, saying that it was quite unfortunate kenye kilifanyika kwa Albert Ojwang. But after the cameras, after the light faded, how has life become for you as a family, as a wife, as a mother?
It hasn't been easy. Like tumerudi back to our normals. Ile watu kukua concerned, politicians coming in, all that, like ilishanga to the moment he was buried. Yeah, hivyo tu ndo venye ilisha. So watu wenye bado wanakujanga kutu like check up on us, I think they're the friends and maybe a few relatives who are close. Yeah.
So how's life become hard, difficult, you coping? Imekuwaje?
It's hard and you are coping at the same time. Yeah.
Na mtoto anakuwa kuaje?
He's trying. Anajaribu. Yeah.
So alikuja after the death ama during the process ama before?
Like
mtoto was he born during the process ama alizaliwa kabla Albert Ojwang hajashikwa?
Alizaliwa kitambo. Amezaliwa 2021.
So alikuwa na turn like 5 years.
No, by the time his dad passed, alikuwa like 3, was almost turning 4.
Almost turning 4. Na state yake kwa hivi sasa ukisema as a woman ama as a mother, how has it been for you?
It hasn't been easy. Yeah, not easy at all.
Let's talk about the promises that were made during that period. Sababu nilikuwa naangalia those speeches that were being made. Number 1, walikuwa wamesema kwamba watajenga nyumba. Sijui kama ilijengwa.
Yeah, the parents bought a house. Yeah, I think it was courtesy of the governor of Homa Bay County, Gladys Wanga. They built the parents a house actually.
Na pia palikuwa na vitu vingi ambavyo those politicians, those leaders also promised. Among them, sijui kama unaweza tutajia among those which were promised and which ones have been fulfilled so far?
I got quite a number. Yeah, I was told that my fee is going to be cleared so that I can like finish my education. They were going to give me they are going to employ me after like nimemaliza masomo yangu. They are going to take care of my son, I think his education. Yes, and then they also promised that they will build some rentals for the parents. Yeah, and one venye wanaweza jimudu during this time.
They say that they will take care of the son's education. Have they done it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Are they still in constant communication? Unaamini kwamba kuna wakati mmoja watakuja kufulfill ama yule ambaye
Wacha nisimame hapo kidogo. So saa zingine hizi promises za mazishi hazikuangi serious Julia?
Yeah, poor girl. she has to bear all that, but I think she's a strong girl.
Ndio nashangaa, yani mtu anaweza kuja kwa mazishi aseme huyu mtoto tutafundisha ama nini. Hiyo story inakuanga ya mazishi.
See, chit chat, fake promises.
Hebu tusikie.
Make these promises. Have you ever spoken to them?
I've tried reaching out, yeah, but sijaipata any feedback. Yeah, I've tried calling, but sijaipata any responses. Yeah.
I saw you with the governor of Nairobi, Sakaja, and he also promised something. Has it materialized?
Not yet. Not yet.
Have you been speaking to him?
Yeah, I tried reaching out. So I don't know whether he's too busy.
Too busy. Yeah. He's a busy man,
yeah. Maybe he's too busy hajaona, but I've tried, like, nimejaribu kucall, I've tried like sending messages to him, the PA, but sijaona anything.
Let's talk about your education. Sababu alikwambia wewe soma, tutagharamikia fee. First of all, was the fee completed?
Yeah.
By?
It was our area MP anaitwa Ivobara.
Ivobara,
yeah.
yes.
I actually texted her when I was...
Okay, at least the school fees ililipwa. MP alilipa school fees. Go ahead.
I was almost doing my final exams. Nikamwambia the balances that I have, and she paid.
When was that? Ulimaliza shule lini?
Last year.
After that, kuna mtu alikwambia kwamba ukimaliza shule wewe jua kwamba utapata kazi. Has it happened? Ama you still waiting? Ama economy ni ngumu?
I'm still waiting. Yeah, I've tried reaching out to the one that promised me the job. So yeah, maybe I'm still waiting. Bado haija materialize.
But he is still in constant communication. Siku hizi ni grey tick na blue tick.
Sijaipata feedback yake. Yeah, but mimi nimejaribu kucommunicate nikimwelezea. Yeah.
Let me send a message to everybody that promised something to Onyango. Listen, if you make a promise, kindly fulfill those promises, because that's the most honorable thing yenye unaweza fanya. Now, let's talk about some of the disappointments that you went through after Albert's death. Sababu kuna vitu mingi ambavyo umejifunza kwenye after the death of Albert Ojwang, about men, about leadership, about kila kitu. So what has disappointed you the most since the death of Albert Ojwang? Unaweza sema ni kipi ambacho kimekusikitisha ama has disappointed you so much after the death of Albert Ojwang?
The only thing that naweza sema ni hatufai like jaribu kuweka watu close when they are going through a lot, because at the end of the day bado ita affect when wakishamaliza tu the whole thing, and then they're trying to like reach out one kama you are going to maybe fulfill what you had promised them, ama kuwa tu there kukua hapo kwa ajili yao, alafu you end up not doing anything about them. Hii bado inakujanga ina affect, wanajiuliza did we like do something wrong, ndio maana yote inafanyika hivi.
Has it ever affected you psychologically? Sababu unajua kuna mtu atakuahidi alafu if it doesn't happen, kuna mtu ataanza kusema now she's becoming nagging, anaanza kusumbua sana. Has it affected you psychologically?
Yeah, I wouldn't say, naweza sema at some point because unajua mimi ni mtu ambaye niko na mtoto na ananitegemea. So na saizi uko peke yako, you're trying like to do everything by yourself. So at the back of your mind unajiambianga acha nimalize kusoma. Nikimaliza kusoma, as much as baba huyu mtoto hayuko, kuna mahali tu naweza pata 1 2 3 nione venye naweza shughulikia maisha yake. So unaona the moment hiyo kitu haiko, inakurudi, unaanza tena kujifikiria, inakubringia like a lot of
memories.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about your background. Sababu labda kuna mwelekeo is being watched, inaochiwa sana. Labda kuna mtu atakuwa anashangaa you've specialized, umeenda shule, umemaliza na labda akona kazi mahali anataka labda akupatie kazi or something of the sort.
Yeah.
Labda tuambie your background is on what, umefanya nini, ulisomea nini shuleni?
Okay, nimefanya community health development as well as HIV testing services. Yeah, so place yote yenye naweza pata that opportunity, by the way, I'll truly appreciate for the sake of my son and maybe my parents-in-law, because ni watu wenye enjoy imeenda. So si expect like kwa work ile sana. So yeah, mimi place yote yenye niweza pata that opportunity.
Naona G Mobati anasema ati this woman showed Kenyans the middle finger. I will need an explanation. Sijui kama, I think maybe it could be true. I think maybe during the barrio Wakenya ni kama walikuwa wameamua kuchangia hii familia. I think lakini wao they decided to side with the government. I remember. Julia Mobati ameleta mambo very serious. Julia, are you there?
I think ni baba yake, the Ojwang's father.
This woman showed Kenyans the middle finger. Can you react to that? Because
this woman or baba yake, baba ya Ojwang.
Okay, discuss the part you know. Anyway.
I remember baba ya Ojwang akipraise Ruto, sijui Ruto amemfanyia nini, sijui nini, watu Kenya wakakasirika sana. That is what I know. I don't know about this lady. I don't know that she really featured. But I think it is Ruto who showed us the middle finger.
Unaona sasa, Julia, have you seen now ujinga ya kutegemea politicians? Si afadhali but do you know that Wakenya wangechangia watu sana. But tulikuwa tumefikisha milioni ngapi?
Kenya, the people did reverse. Did
yes, watu wa reverse. Tulikuwa imagine tulikuwa tumefikisha 15 million, nimekumbuka by the way.
Watu waka reverse hiyo pesa.
Yes, tulikuwa tumefikisha 15 million. Enyewe afadhali kutegemea watu kuliko serikali. Mombati, you are very right. I wish they stood with the Kenyans. Wao wakadanganyiliwa watajengewa mafrat. Hebu nikuulize, hizo mafrat Sakaja aliwa promise ziko wapi? Sakaja aliwa promise flats, where are they? Because unajua what the government wanted, the government ilikuwa inataka hii mambo ikul. You know the government was after stability juu ya hizo mademo zilikuwa. Who are you people? Yeah, Mombati, you have brought a serious discussion. Thank you.
Si lazima ikuwe kwa that particular person, but anyway, I can do anything as long as naweza pata some little income ya kujisupport na kusupport mtoi and
so you open working anyway, kwa Nairobi, kwa Kisumu, kwa Mombasa, so you just open. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, umesikia wapo kuna kazi pale nje, wewe you employers kindly ensure that look at her CV, umesikia amefanya course gani, try as much as you can, patie kazi. Now after all the pledges that were made during that time, and after the promises that politicians, leaders, the state promised, how has it become for you financially? Sababu najua bringing up a child in this tough economic time can be financially draining. How are you coping financially?
We are, by the way, I just want to first appreciate Kenyans that came through at that difficult moment. Without like that fear, I would say that the little funds that Kenyans were like giving me ndio kitu yenye imenifanya niweza survive, ndo nalipia nao mtoifi hadi at this particular moment. Like ndo tumekuwa tukitumia for like food nini, so like it really means a lot. The Gen Zs that came through for us, the money that they contributed, like imekuwa ikitusaidia sana. Alafu pia na the help of friends, the friends of Albert, they've been like really supportive. Wamekuwa like my family. Always there for me. They always make sure nimelipa fee in time, like rent iko sawa. Always wana check kama tumekula, we are okay. So I do appreciate.
Now, at one point nilikuwa nimesikia kwamba kuna pesa ambazo zilikuwa zimetumwa na zikapotea. How did they, ilifanyikaje kwanza?
Okay, that was on my father's-in-law side. So I don't know, mimi mwenyewe pia sijui vizuri kilichofanyika. Sasa siwezi ongelelea hiyo side yake.
So hata hiyo story hata kufuatilia ujue hata what happened. Now, Nevnina, umetoja kuhusu stories of apartments. Na kuna Wakenya wengi ambao wana watch this clip. Na sisi kama mwelekeo ulipokuwa tunafanya research tukajua kwamba one of the promises that was made ni kwamba Nevnina pamoja na mwanawe watajengewa apartment ili waweze kujikimu. Na sasa wengi wanasema kwamba angalau Nevnina ako na apartment mahali, hadi landlord kwa sasa ana collect pesa, angalau unajua apartment zinaendeleaje kwanza?
No, hakuna kitu kama apartment. Yeah, there's nothing.
Hukununuliwa apartment mahali?
Mi bado naishi kwa rentals. Yeah, bado nalipa rent venye nilikuwa nalipiwa kitambo na mume wangu. Yeah, so
I just want you to look into that camera, clarify. Sababu kuna watu wakana hiyo notion kwamba Devnine yeye alishajengewa, yeye anaishi vizuri na mwanawe, life yake iko sorted. Just clarify to them.
Yeah, Kenyans, there's nothing like apartments. Mimi
Julia, umesikia maneno? Yeah, that is what made me to play that video, because at least mwache kukimbilianga vitu za serikali. Serikali inakwambia tutafanya hivi because serikali inataka kuzima moto yake. So in the name ya kutaka kuzima moto yake wanajaribu kukuvuta. So Ana amesema niko na zero narrative na ni sawa. And hujachoka na kunidunga mashindano ati niko na zero narrative. We. Ni sawa ati Acacia. Unaona ati kwa nini na kushow Njiro aende sabbatical? Atacheza vinji zote mpaka za Roko. Zero narrative. Okay. Ni sawa. Jerry, are you there?
Yes, nasikia Njiro.
So can you imagine the raid is now coming? Do you think Kenyans can reassemble again to try and help her? Ama hiyo nafasi ilipita?
Hiyo ilipita, sasa ajisort. But we hope the people who killed Ojwang will be jailed. That's what we hope. Sasa chenye tunategemea saa hii mwenye waliwa kijana hata laga tusikia amefungwa.
Yeah, it's so annoying by the way. I wish angefuata tu pande ya Wakenya, but ni sawa. So, Julia, let me ask you my final question as we reach the cross. Ili Ana afurahie. Juana amesema sina narrative, is okay. So that one can get happy. Let me ask you a question. Based on what is happening now in the political arena, unaona upande wa upinzani tukijipanga, are you seeing some alignment? Are you seeing some hope of how they are trying to group each other?
We need to wait. We need to wait and see where they're headed to. Me personally, because you want to conclude, I would like to conclude by saying that Gachagua should also warm up to the others. Na our akina Matiang'i, akina Sifuna, Martha Karua, Kalonzo, I hope at the back of their mind they are listening to all these discussions and conversations, asking where are they. After today, I think I had KTN asking Gachagua, uliona ile discussion ya Gachagua, sijui kama umecheza leo ile mkutano ya Gachagua, did you play it? Where Gachagua was being asked that why are they divided? Why haven't they met? Why haven't they been together? And then he said that himself, he'll be ready to support anybody. He doesn't have to be president. He doesn't have to vie for presidency. Did you play Gachagua's talk today? Ama hujacheza? Gachagua had a long interview with KTN. Jiro. How could you have missed that?
Wacha niwekee Kanyari. Kanyari seems like he is making some sense.
Albert Ojwang alikufia ndani ya cell ya police station na OCS wa Central Police Station akasema hiyo footage ifutwe, na ikafutwa ili isijulikane aliuawa na nini. Mnyonge hana haki, lakini kuna siku mnyonge atakuwa na haki katika nchi.
Yeah, we hope your story Albert Ojwang it will go nicely, because we cannot bring him from the dead, but we need a closure, just like the way we are getting the closure of Obando. This our Anne is okay. Mimi sina lingine. I just know that I come here out of an internal motivation. So when every time you are trying to water me down, nasema ni sawa tu.
Nchilo, mbona unalalamika?
Tulia tu, don't worry. Hata nikalalamika tu, tulia tu, ni sawa. Unajua saa zingine you have to see what others are writing. And
I asked you a question, you didn't reply to me. Did you play what Gachagua spoke today? Jana.
Kwa matanga nilicheza speech yake yote.
Kwa matanga, interview ya KTN.
Yeah, tulicheza jana. Do you have specific places you want to react?
No. I just was trying to tell you that you are asking me a question. Kwamba, do I think opposition are heading anywhere? Nikakwambia, from Gachagwa's talk, I think they can hear the mamas. Gachagua was asked by KTN, kwa nini hata hamjakuwa na combined, rally pamoja nyinyi yote? Akasema no, we are not divided. As for me, I don't have to be the presidential candidate. I'm ready to support anybody. So that should be the feeling of everybody. And I hope they can hear the mass from under the tables. Like, Kenyans will not be pleased if they go at tunasikia ati Matinga amesimama huku sijui Sifuna sijui Gachagua. That would be a waste of our time. By the way, if they dare do that, I can tell them that Ruto will win and Kenyans will not turn up to vote. They will be to blame. So I think they are not going to do that.
Sawa, naona Stone PK amekuja after kupika ugali. Stone PK, are you there?
Niko Njiro.
Umeshiba ugali?
Bado niko kwa barabara bado.
Oh, nilifikiria umeenda kuchonga ugali, kusonga ugali. So what do you want to react to na venye tumeongea mambo mingi hapa? Okay, react to Obando story.
Well, actually for me,
or you want to react to Ojwang's story. React to whatever you want to react to.
No, comment too for all these Obandos, Ojwang and all that. These are justice delayed, and tunajua ile mchezo huwa inachezwa, mchezo ya town. For me nitajua tu kama ya Obando, nitajua ikishapita ile appeal period, because they normally play that game whereby you are jailed, they say you are jailed, then you appeal, then you come for the appeal again. The appeal says unaweza fanya sijui ukiwa nje, or Kenya kwa hao wakubwa, it's unbelievable. And you remember Obado also had cases ya wizi wa hela nyingi sana za, remember he's the one who had accounts all over, watoto wake, relatives and all this kind of a thing. So you can imagine all that money and all what he did. Then yeah, I'm waiting for the appeal period hiyo ya sijui 14 ama ni ngapi, and then yeah, then we close that chapter. Otherwise, that would be a justice delivered, because it is as it was speculated when the stories were narrated, the investigation and all that, they all indicated that they killed this poor girl. And to me, is to those people who kill people you've been in love with. Sasa msichana unamuua kwa sababu amesema ako na mimba yako. For Obando, what is the worst that would have happened? And again, is that social, is in a community that accepts polygamy. So what was so difficult, than just, keeping her as a third or fourth or sixth or 10th wife, instead of killing an expectant girl? That was very, very well. And to me, even jailing would not be enough. I would have recommended hanging for such people. Same for Albert. And I hope Albert, it's not the small fish that are going to suffer. I hope that it will go up to the Langat man, because everything whatever, I don't want to talk so much, but everything points at the biggest authority, the one who sent for his arrest. Okay, whatever happened thereafter, the responsibility lies on the one who sent. So huyo wa Central ataitwa, and then we see whether atapull over all those power from above that gave the orders of doing what they did. And other than that, I would also want, I don't know whether it's the next government, to pursue that kind of operation. Pursue, how would you have people from out and, committing that heinous act in ourselves? What does that tell about our country? So for me, if I would be the next president or the next leadership, I would pursue that to the nail, to the last nail, to ensure and tell Kenyans that such a things will never happen again. So I hope that our leaders are watching, and these are not the cases that will just go into to gather dust in the shelf. Yeah, we cannot operate in such. Similarly, like for example, anything that has been operating in darkness should all come to light and should be exposed. People get punished. I remember there was one guy that was jailed at his very advanced age just because of the crimes he had committed during the Second World War. Yeah, and he was jailed so many years thereafter. I think by the time he was being sent to jail, he's got good welcome. After he had even served in, I think, in the UN and others. The case found him guilty of some heinous act he had committed in 1945. So, yes, I would want Kenyans to keep a tab on this and be able to bring it up, just in case the next government does not, whatever. As regarding supporting the widow, oh my God, I wish Kenyans would continue to do that. And I wish she would come over, she would, because honestly, it is difficult, it's not easy. I wish Kenyans can come out and now specifically support her so that she can actually either get a job or get a business that she would want to do, or do something that will really sustain her and the little one. I know she says she does not want to comment about the drama about the money and all that kind of a thing. Yeah, she has to be careful because this Gaba is it's heinous. It is, wanaweza hata muendea anaongea mama unaongea sana and all these kind of things can be really whatever. But Kenyans can come through for her. I hope if there is an account, they will not close it the way I hear they are.
Unaona hiyo story ya huyo mama, the reason why kuna mtu ametukumbusha hapa, Wakenya walikuwa wameamua kusaidia huyu mama kabisa wakati wa Bario, but Wakenya walikasirika wakati waliona wameanzia kuchukua vitu za serikali. That is what Mabati told us. So like it would be difficult to mobilize Kenyans again after Kenyans were chased because they felt wanataka kuchukua vitu ya serikali rather than and actually Kenyans had mobilized 15 million for them by the time the government was coming to pretend. So
the father is
Kenyans felt ignored.
The father missed because the father went to even thank the government and all that kind of a thing. But Kenyans should not, the muzee, that was a muzee from the village, and, having been promised what he was promised, he forgot about his son, and he could have been doing that under duress. Again, these are things we need to give benefit of doubt. I think people should know that the Gaba is so ruthless. They'll come and even put a gun on your head for the poor mzee, and you are told what to do. I do not believe that he said that out of his own violation. thanking people who are unless it's very naive. So I would want Kenyans to just forget about Mzee and all that and concentrate on the guy, on the lady and the kid. Wasaidie mtoto na mama yao. That is what my appeal would be. Then the other one, when you ask about the opposition and all that, whether they are gearing up, the latest, and here is what now we've been talking here. People have been saying, where is so and so, where is so? All these guys are there. And some of these questions are just, mechanization and creation of bloggers and press that is underpaid. Because I hear Ruto has paid so much money to people to create narratives. Even these narratives, you hear people saying, oh, opposition is not united and all this kind of a thing. To a very large extent, these are the negative narratives that are instigated by the government, and it is even so deep that they are going for any platform that looks like it has some long following, big following. They are influencing, for you to put in some of these very negative. Opposition they are united. And for those of you who did not listen to Mother Karua's explainer on yesterday, you should go and play that. And Mother Karua was explicit, very explicit. And this is one thing I admire about that lady. She doesn't mince her words. She hits right where it is supposed to be hit. And I don't think she leaves any doubt as to where she stands and what she stands for. In fact, if elections were held today or yesterday, and I'm giving Mother Karua vis-a-vis somebody else, I would vote for her. Why? Because she keeps on reiterating very assertively what she has been standing for, what she stands for now, and what she even stands for in the future. People may say whatever they want, but that's through my eyes. She put it very, very categorical, all right? And she said that she's working very hard and she hopes Kenyans will think with their heads and not their bottoms. Kenyans will have, and even when she says Kenyans, even when it comes to selecting or to proposing whoever is supposed to be the flag bearer, she hopes that people will be very elaborate and realistic to pick the candidate. And she even put it out there very clearly, okay, that there are those, after they write whatever agreement they will write or condition they will write. And that is now where it is so tough, because from her, I could read that guideline will be really, really tough. And once they write it and they all agree on it, we will definitely get the candidate without any problem. And from the way I read her, whatever they will write, whatever they will come up with, most likely will give a candidate that Kenyans will flow with, all right? And then she ended by saying, she was asked this question again and again, okay, would she support? She said, yes, I will, but I hope I can be the candidate. But she put it very clearly that she will not deputize anybody. I mean, this is fantastic. That's very good. That tells you somebody who is principled, somebody who is worth, worth getting leadership, because that is unwavering person. So she says, yeah, it is. If she's not selected, she will not run their running mate, but she will support whoever it is. So what else do Kenyans want? It's to wait for these guys. Kachagua has said it. Mother has said it. Kalonzo has said it. So it's to wait for them to give us whoever it is. That's it. For me, therefore, a question of whether they are united or not united, it's neither here nor there. And that whoever will not be united with them will go it alone. Okay? Na akienda peke yake, ole wake. That is how things are done. Because what happens is, if you decide that you are not going with them, all right, then hapo ndio sasa wananchi watakufunza lesson. And for me, that's okay. Yeah. Itakuwa mzuri kabisa kabisa kabisa. Back to India.
Did you happen to listen to Gachagua and Meadows speeches in the barrio?
Fully, yes. The speeches are what I mean. It is. I listened to Gachagua throughout, even when now he says the account will be open.
Yeah, something came out. Something came out, and I think Meadows is becoming more radical. Today, even with the Drew, respect. Unakumbuka the way he said tunakuheshimu lakini hatukuogopi. Then today he took it to hatukuheshimu na hatukuogopi. He now became more radical. Can you go ahead about that?
Yeah. And by the way, those of us who did not know Methu, I think, like me, I went back to kind of understand the character of Methu. Methu is a fighter. Methu is equals to that new MP. Okay? They are fearless. Those are the very young people who are really out there fighting for the rights of the people. And it is very good to have such people at a young age. In Kenya for a very long time, it was taken like you can't tell off. Unasikia huyu ni senior wako, you are in parliament or senate, unaambiwa akina Kajwang, they are too senior, you can't question them. That's bullshit. That's nonsense. That if you question things, you refuse to do things, then unaambiwa that wewe you are being radical and all that. And in leadership, part of it, most successful leaders are those that have been fairly radical. Because there are things, most of the things that align with common man are not popular. They are not popular most of the time with the government of the day. That's the standard. But now, do you know what language people use? Methu, hiyo ni siasa analeta. You know, when you put the government of the day or the leadership of the day on the spot regarding mwananchi, that's when you become, unaanza kuwa labeled, you are a rebel, you are radical, you are this. Because when you listen to anybody who is always labeled as radical and as whatever, is when you go against anything that is oppressive to mwananchi. And that now makes most of those people who are righteous, because we have people who are righteous, it makes those such people become very popular. Why popular? Because you are dealing with the masses. The masses that have no right in the eyes of the sitting government everywhere in the world. Okay? So Methu comes and states very clear things. Why are we here? Why did we have to bury these people? Why did these people have to die in the very sincere way? I mean, a sincere question. Why surely? And even if it were you would be mad. It's emotional. They had to die, yet it was just an election. Why did you have to go shooting people? Why did you have to go beating people? Yet it's just a simple election. What is it that you government wanted to do? That's why now, they really got emotional. And as I can tell you, Mulima has been weaponized. Mulima is charged. And this is what we've been looking for me, especially. That's what I've been going for. That's what I've been asking. Are we such cowards that somebody can come right even at our doorstep and start putting their fingers into our noses and telling us to do? Okay? And as we are talking today, I got too busy. I wanted to play some clips so that I even probably annoy Akina Belfast. I wanted to play some clips from the Luo Nyanza. Why Luo Nyanza? Because it's one of those that Ruto feels that it will be able to give him votes to replace some of the obviously gap that has come up, because now it is very open, very, very plain that Mulima is gone. All right. So that is a bitter truth. Okay. And it's very bitter to those few that are still supporting Ruto. Okay. And if you listen to the ground, you listen to common Mwananchi, you will hear them telling you. And if elections were held today, you can count how many votes Ruto will get from Mulima. And it is the entire Mulima. Don't be given this narrative by the Ruto sympathizers that there is Mulima ya East na ya West. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. All right? Hakuna kitu kama hiyo, because kama Meru they have told of mtu kama Ruko, wamemwambia maneno yake ni BS. Even Kindiki himself alikuja anasema kuna mtu anaongea. That tells you. Okay? So Ruko is alone. Anybody telling you sijui Mount Kenya East imefanya itakuwa, that's a lie. That's a lie. Yeah? So Mulima is gone. All right? And the bitterness is there. Okay? So that is the thing that is happening. And Mulima is not only gone, but very bitter. Very bitter that you easily can trigger them, especially during such a situation. Can you imagine if elections were held today? What would happen? Yeah, the replica of Kalau, 34th plus 1,000 vis-a-vis 5. What does that tell you? And then UDA is down there trying to downplay it. You can't downplay such. You can't. Whether you want to downplay it, it's up to you. But that's the reality. Repeat it anywhere in Mulima, it will be the same or even worse. I mean, that's a huge statement. Okay? So, Methu was not whipping emotions. That was the reality. That was the feeling of the people. You saw a woman standing there and crying, wiping her tears. Those are tears of old people. You're making old people cry, and you think that you will survive, and people will continue with the business as usual. It's not business as usual. It's not. It's not. So I tend to think, things are very bad for Ruto, and unfortunately, that is how it's gonna be. It's gone. Mulima is gone. Mulima is gone. Gone and gone.
And somebody was saying that there is a possibility that Ruto can even lose a good portion of Kalenjin ikiendelea hivi inaendelea.
Now, the clips I have, kuna hata za Kalenjin. Kuna hata za Kalenjin. The lamentations are too much. Unfortunately, I'm on the road. I can't be able to.
Yeah, you can just react to them. You can just like give a preface to those clips which you have. It will still help.
Maybe I can share them. Just give me a few minutes. 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, that is okay. Yeah, for sure. So, Njeri, you have something to react to, especially to the mass drive of Kalenjins who feel they have been neglected by Ruto? Yeah, Wanjeri seems to have unclosed. Wacha nitoe huyu mama anakutaka kumuona. So let's see if we can see the verdict for Yeah, these issues for Obado was serious. Let me put Obado.
Court has found that former Migori Governor Okoth Obado's former personal assistant, Michael Oyamo, guilty of murdering Sharon Otieno in 2018. The court says the three played a central role in the events that culminated in the abduction and murder of Sharon Otieno. The court held that the prosecution proved beyond reasonable doubt that Obado and co-accused had motive and orchestrated plot.
That the circumstances presented in this case, taken cumulatively, form a chain so complete that there is no escape from the conclusion that the accused persons, jointly with others not before the court, committed the offense charged. The evidence on record irresistibly points to the fact that the accused persons with malice aforethought unlawfully caused the death of Sharon at the material time. It is therefore my finding that the prosecution has proved its case against the first, the second, and the third accused persons beyond any reasonable doubt. I consequently find each accused person guilty of the offense of murder, contrary to Section 203 of the Penal Code, as charged in Count 1. Each accused is accordingly convicted under Section 322 of the Criminal Procedure Code.
And our very own Ben Kirui is on ground, is trying to get more details and, of course, reactions from the family, as well as our court reporter, Zuya Walter. Facts from the case, the case has been ongoing for 8 years now, since when the murder is said to have been committed in 2018. 42 prosecution witnesses have given their own accounts, and 81 exhibits presented before the court have also been combed by both their defense lawyers as well as the family lawyers. And we've had the ODPP, of course, representing the state in this matter. We have the judgment by Lady Justice Cecilia Gidua, of course, elaborating that the first accused had a strong motive to unlawfully end Sharon's life to ensure.
Former Migori Governor, Okoth Obado, has been found guilty of murder. Former personal assistant Michael Juma Oyamo and former Migori County Clerk Caspal Obiero of the offense of murder. The verdict comes as a long-awaited moment for Sharon's family, who have pursued justice since her brutal killing in September 2018. We begin tonight with NTV's Victor Ngaruya.
Eight years after the brutal murder of Sharon Otieno shocked the nation, the High Court has found former Migori Governor Okoth Obado and his two co-accused guilty of murder.
I consequently find each accused person guilty of the offense of murder, contrary to Section 203 of the Penal Code.
In a detailed judgment, Justice Cecilia Gidua held that Obado supplied the motive, inspiration, and financial support for the criminal enterprise. Oyamo facilitated its execution, while Obiero provided logistical support and helped conceal the offense.
It is clear that the evidence adduced by the prosecution in this case demonstrated and left no doubt that the accused persons acted in concert, jointly with others not before the court, pursuant to a common design.
The court further ruled that although Obado was purported not physically present in Migori County when Sharon was killed, that did not shield him from criminal culpability. The judge also pointed into inconsistencies in the defense case, observing that the explanations offered by the accused failed to displace the prosecution's evidence.
The evidence on record irresistibly points to the fact that the accused persons with malice aforethought unlawfully caused the death of Sharon at the material time. It is therefore my finding that the prosecution has proved its case against the first, the second, and the third accused persons beyond any reasonable doubt.
The case traces back to September 3rd, 2018, when Sharon Otieno, who was then a 26-year-old Rongo University student, was abducted alongside a journalist after leaving a hotel in Rongo. The journalist is said to have escaped by jumping from the moving vehicle transporting them, but Sharon was driven away. Her body was discovered the following day in a thicket near Kodera Forest in Homa Bay County. A post-mortem conducted by government chief pathologist Johansen Odur revealed that Sharon died from excessive bleeding after being stabbed 8 times. She had sustained 3 stab wounds to the back of her neck, 4 to her back, and 1 to the left side of her abdomen. The examination also revealed strangulation marks on her neck and injuries, suggesting she struggled with her attackers before she died. The post-mortem further established that Sharon was 28 weeks pregnant. Obado admitted he was the father of the unborn child, but denied any role in her murder, maintaining throughout the trial that he had accepted responsibility for the pregnancy and was planning to build her a home. During Thursday's ruling, the prosecution sought the cancellation of the current bond terms, a request the court allowed. Justice Gidua cancelled the bond terms of all 3 convicted persons and ordered that they be remanded in custody. She further directed that pre-sentence reports and victim impact assessment reports be prepared and filed within 21 days before being shared with all parties. The matter will be mentioned on August 18, 2026, ahead of sentencing. Nearly 8 years after Sharon Otieno's life was brutally cut short, a case that gripped the nation and sparked widespread debate on justice and violence against women has finally reached its conclusion. Today's verdict marks what the family and the lawyers term as justice served. Victor Ngaro.
Aya, Stone, you can react to Funge sasa. Stone PK?
Yes, I'm there. Sasa hii ndio nilikuwa nakwambia Njiro, 8 years down the line. I mean, people say justice takes forever. Sijawahi kuamini vitu kama hizo. Why would it take so long? 8 years. Anyway, what we can do, there's nothing much, but it's what I had said earlier. Wacha basi kae ikuwe sasa. Imekuwa hivyo, but I don't also understand what is that they are talking about, filing impact and all that. Hiyo sielewi ni nini. Watu wangepelekwa kwa gallows, wengine wangenyongwa, and ikae hivyo, because if it is so clear and evidently proved, that's murder case, and I think the proper judgment should have been what should be done when it's proved that you murdered directly. Sinikunyonga tu. So that's it. Quickly, before I went off, I mentioned about reactions even from the Kalenjin land regarding this regime. We have the latest that was from the MP of, I think, Baringo. He was so bitter, and he was saying that beating should not be taken easy. And he was blaming the Kalenjins surrounding William Ruto. He spoke so much in English, and then also
in Nandi or Tugen. And he was so bitter that there are those who claim to be wako katikati ya serikali and they are this and that. And he said, if that continues, then they should know and they should be not surprised with what is ahead of them. He put it very, very clear. Then there is also another one who was now very bitter, also blaming Cheruiyot, saying that Cheruiyot has a big head, but in that big head, there is nothing in the head. There's no brain. Because how can he be with such a big head sitting, eating with the president? And when you go to Kericholand, there is almost nothing, and yet so much can be spent in one constituency of Mlima or Kalau. And there was a lot of bitterness in his speech, and attacked Cheruiyot and others, but he picked on Cheruiyot, who is from the Kipsigis land, Kericho. So yeah, so they are all reacting because it is very amazing. It is terrible to see the kind of money spent in one spot, and they are bitter so much because they are saying it's Mulima, which Mulima that has been having all the resources. According to them, they are saying it's Mulima that has been diverting resources to go to their land. They were even counting the PSAs and all those, saying they were all Kikuyus. So that's why they strategically took all those resources to their land. So there is that bitterness. I don't know what they want, the results they want, because it is too late. It cannot be reversed. I don't know what they can do to be able to kind of change the people. You know, one, you have not performed, and then two, you continue to do very heinous things. So the combination of those two definitely will keep you and the people apart. So Ruto, kwa kweli ako pabaya. I think he's too bold that he still has the guts to talk about 2027 so confidently. He calls himself Fundi. Remember, people have said even housing, it was not one of his programs in the manifesto. What he's calling affordable housing. So as much as the MPs or some people in Luo Nyanza are saying that the competition next year will be for Ruto to show what he has done against the opposition, because that's the narrative from some of the Luo representations. That's what they are saying they will use, that it will be what has Ruto done vis-a-vis the opposition. Unlike last year when it was Ruto, selling the narrative of bottoms up, pesa mfukoni and all that. And they are so happy that sold. They still believe that the hustler mantra sold very well. So now they are saying the mantra that is coming will be tumejenga hivi, tumejenga hii, tumejenga hii, tumetenga, tumetenda. So they will be accounting things that they have done to Kenyans. Now, my question is, will that be the narrative to Kenyans? Is that what Kenyans will want to hear? That Ruto will be accounting what he has delivered? Surely. Will that outweigh the murdering, the murdering of the Gen Z? Those heinous acts that have continued to do, the losses, the death. Will people get the roads or whatever they are, assuming he has done all that? Can that circumvent what is reality about people being killed, right and center? So that's my question. Back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Tony PK. I think there is a lot to understand here. Hao watu wameuawa, are they the last people to die in Kenya? We have too many death sentences. We have too many death issues which have happened in Kenya. And I don't know why Ruto has only focused on these two. Watu wengi sana wameuawa Kenya.
Yeah, that's why now the opposition should compile that. That should be one of the narratives that opposition should push very well. I hope they will do that. Should be key. That should be key. That should be key. Whether the president has done all those other physical things, this of killing citizens should be key. That is what it should be now. Yeah. And if I were them, that is what I would go talking all over, telling Kenyans, irrespective of whatever has happened, barabara zimejengwa. And I remember Sifuna has been having that. He was saying, hizo zote unatengeneza barabara and then Albert Ojwanga yuko atumie, of what purpose? Of what benefit are they? That narrative, it should be live and direct. That we don't want mabarabara. Kama sasa unautua, hizo barabara zitatumiwa na nani? That should be the narrative.
So I think Stony PK, we can cross to kutana kesho because personally I wanted to close unless kama uko na jambo la mwisho la kuongeza. Mary.
Hiyo ndio la mwisho. Thank you very much Njiru. I think kesho
Mary react. No, ngoja kidogo, acha Mary react. Maybe Mary can react before we close. So Mama Mary, najua umefuatilia discussion under the curtain. We can give you this chance, you can react and then we come on. Ni vile tulikuwa tunataka kufunga lakini umekuja, we can give you that chance. So we can have another 30 minutes with you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Njiro. Na kusalimia, nasalimia Njeri, nasalimia Stone PK. Wakenya wetu, salamu nyingi. Nilikuwa nawafuatilia tu, niko kazini, lakini nimeona tu niseme jambo moja kabla mfunge. Na sisi ni Wakenya ambao tunataka amani kwa nchi yetu. Na amani haiwezi kuwa inatoka ugenini. Amani iko Kenya. Na Kenya tukikosa amani, hakuna pahali ingine tunaweza pata amani. You can see even those people who have gone out of the country, the sufferings that they go through while thinking that they are going to get peace, but they find chaos and pain, and even others die. I'll put it this way. Umeongea habari ya hao watu wawili ambao waliuliwa huko Olkalau. Those are people that were not supposed to die. Hakuna mtu anakubaliwa kukufa, but that time ya hiyo election hatukuwa na maono ya kuwa ati kuna mtu atajeruhiwa ama atauawa, simply because huko hakuna vita ilikuwa. Tuliona wabunge wengi wakubwa wengi wameenda pande hiyo, so we thought these are people who deserve peace and safety. And so combined with the wananchi wa huko, lazima kungekuwa na safety, kwa sababu hata hao hawataki kuwa pahali iko vita, because they were not going there for vita. Walikuwa wanajifanya wanaenda kufanya ile kitu inaitwa campaign. Na kwa nini vita ikatokea? Kwa nini watu wetu wakakufa? Kwa nini wengine wakajeruhiwa? Because these people, they believe that whatever they are aiming, it should not be interrupted by anything. Now, this is not even interruption of Olkalau people. It is them who brought that interruption. Ndio walileta hiyo shida. Huo mmiminiko wao kuangalia pande hiyo ndio waende Olkalau, hao wakubwa. You can imagine, those are the people who brought that chaos. And they are the people who have caused the life of those two boys. Na kwa nini kukafanyika hivyo? Because these people, vile tuliona na vile walikuja na hiyo vita, wa Olkalau walikuwa maono yao ni kupiga kura na mtu wao apite. Na kwa vile sasa waliona hii mambo haiendi vile inatakikana, there should be a lot of push and pull, ambayo haikuwako hapo mbeleni. Watu walikuwa wanaenda mkutano, we could see Olkalau people going in big large crowd. Hakuna vita ilikuwa inatokea huko. Wana Olkalau hakuna mambo ambayo walifanya kinyume cha sheria. Who brought these chaos? Who killed these people? They are the people who are coming to the place from every corner kuja ati kupigania, ni kama uhuru wao walikuwa wanatafuta. This is not a fight that was supposed to go on. This was a peaceful election that would have taken place because Olkalau people are not fighting. That is one point. The other thing, huyu Murkomen amesema, in fact, the time people are mourning and they are preparing to bury their loved one, he is standing there talking about how the election went smoothly. Hakukuwa na shida yoyote. Nikashindwa, are these human beings? Kila siku wao ni kama, na in fact akatoa kind of sijui ni nini alisema hapo ya kuchekesha watu. Nikashindwa, they are laughing while the other corner is there are people crying for their loved one. Nikashindwa, what is this? What are these leaders trying to show us? Kitu ingine nataka Wakenya wajue. Mimi nataka kujiuliza, ni kwa nini hii mambo inafanyika Central sana? Kwa sababu hatujasikia watu wameenda kwa by election ama kwa mambo ingine, hata demonstration ama hiyo maandamano. Kwa upande wa Rift Valley, sijawahi kusikia kumetokea vifo za watu wao. Mimi siombi mtu akufe. Hakuna mtu mimi nataka akufe. Watu wote wawe salama. Awe ni kabila gani, watu wote wawe salama, ndio saizi tutasherehekea habari ya nchi yetu, tuwe wote tuko na furaha. But why is it that hii vifo, mkiangalia mkae chini muhesabu, kuna mwelekeo ule hawa watu wanaelekeza. And it is so sad when you think that you can live in your own country with fear. It's so bad. Nilisikiza huyu mtu anaitwa Betty Maina. Anaulizwa vile alikuwa na goons, watu walisema wewe uko na goons. Alisema aje? Alisema hakuna kitu kama hiyo. And in fact we can see it. So you can see all these people are criminals. Akaulizwa ni kwa nini mlikuwa mnapelekea watu wa Olkalau mattress ambayo imeandikwa GK. Chakula ambacho mnawapelekea badala hata kuwa mna service hospital where people are sleeping on the floor, mwapelekee mattress. Pahali watu waona chakula, mwapelekee chakula. Akasema, unajua, ukiangalia watu uone ni maskini. Ebu imagine Betty Maina trying to kijeli watu wa Olkalau ati ni maskini, ndio wakawapea hizo mattress. Aliambiwa hizo mattress you are supposed to give to people when there is a disaster. What disaster was there in Olkalau? Anajaribu kusema ati hao watu tulikuwa tunasaidia kwa sababu ukiangalia watu uone ni maskini. Surely you are calling people of Olkalau maskini. First of all, tuseme ukweli wa nchi yote ya Kenya. Nani amefanya Wakenya wawe maskini? Nani amefanya Wakenya wawe hawajiwezi? Si ni hao tu, hao wakubwa hao ambao hawajali maslahi ya watu wale wengine. But they can run around using a lot of money to do just a small thing. Kukanyangia pesa za wananchi chini ndio ati washinde kitu kama hicho cha Olkalau, while they know that majority of Kenyans are suffering. They are sleeping hungry. They are dying because of sickness. Lakini mambo yao ni hiyo tu, wanaangalia hapo kitu kidogo sana hivi. Mimi najiuliza, nyinyi wakubwa ambao wanaitwa ati viongozi, Mnaenda hapo kwa runinga kuongea maneno matope, hata kitu ambayo hutaki hata kusikiza. I was shocked for this lady, the way she was talking and shouting and trying to make sure that people understand her point, which was pointless. She was talking nonsense, kitu ambacho hata hutaki kusikia, kwa sababu ile mambo yote anaongea kwa niaba yake, si kwa niaba ya Wakenya, si kwa niaba ya umaskini ule umeletwa Kenya na hawa watu, si kwa niaba ya watu ambao wamegonjeka wanakosa hata dawa. Surely they have no shame. So what I'm trying to say, Kenyans, we have no leaders. The only thing they have, it's when they have a point to come and bring to you, it's to make you forget about your trouble, your problems for 1 minute, and then they leave you for years with those problems. That's all they think about. Lakini Wakenya ni nani? Wakenya wamerevuka, wamejua udanganyifu, na ujue huwezi kudanganya leo na udanganye kesho na udanganye wakati huo mwingine. I will get you and I will understand you. In Kikuyu kwiragwo ati muhenio matuko. We nidanganye tu, lakini siku yako itakuja ile nitakwambia sitakuelewa na sitaki kukuelewa. I'm done with you. Hii uongo wako umefika mwisho. And that is where Ruto is now. Ruto will not tell us any more lies. Hata sasa akuje na ukweli, there is nowhere it can lodge in our mind. It is gone. Sisi hakuna pahali sasa tunataka kumsikia, na hiyo mambo yote anajaribu kuleta ati tumsikize yeye, ati ni kiongozi, ati atafanya, ajifanyie yeye. Achane na Wakenya. In fact, we have suffered enough. We have suffered na hiyo uchungu we have become immune kwa uongo, kwa uchungu. The only thing we are focusing of how he should go and leave us alone and leave our country alone. You cannot run our country like your own house, like your kiosk. All these things that you are doing for your own benefit. Hata hiyo kutenga ni kwa benefit yake na watu wake, si sisi, si Wakenya. Wakenya wanaendelea kuumia, Wakenya wataendelea kuwa na shida. Hakuna siku hata moja atakuwa na uongozi wa kutuonyesha mambo mazuri, na tusikubali ajaribu kutuambia what he is going to change. He is not going to change anything. Huyo ni huyo. Miaka yake yote, uende kwa history yake yote, you will see he is of that character. He will never change. Na hata akiacha huo uraisi wetu ichukuliwa na mtu mwingine, mutakuja kukuta huyu ni mnyama ambaye amevaa ngozi ya kondoo. Nitafikisha hapo. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
Okay, sawa Mama Mary. Stony PK, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can you be able to react to what Mama Mary has said?
I don't think I have anything else to add. Yeah, I think it is well articulated, and it's unfortunate. This dawa is change of regime, and I come back to my question when I was doing my closing remark, and I'm posing this to Kenyans. Is it business as usual? Ni siasa kawaida? Are we going into 2027 kwamba ni mwaka wa siasa, ni mwaka wa kuchaguana, tutaletewa slogans? Ruto is coming with new slogans, and is that what the united opposition and then Mwananchi, because we have three bodies here. We have three sets. We have Ruto, we have the Mwananchi, and then we have the assumed leaders that are in the opposition. So is Mwananchi united with the opposition? And if they are united with the opposition, what is the strategy? Are they approaching it as business as usual, or it is extraordinary times which requires extraordinary approach? And I said the pace has been set. Okay, the example has been given. Yeah, the prototype has been developed, and that is prototype Olkalau. So is that what we want to adopt? Gachagua indicated that in his speech yesterday, which is very good, but the others echoing that, because that has to come in unison, that the prototype is there, is the Olkalau approach. Now, the prototype Olkalau has a shortage of one thing, okay? How will they handle the machine, what do we call it? The technical bit of it. Olkalau prototype handled the practical bit of it. You know, the practical meaning what? The votes were polled at the center and counted, and people recorded physically. People did their own tallying. So it did not matter what IBC was going to develop through their KIMS kit. Okay? So is that the approach now countrywide? What will they do with that which is called national tallying? What do we have? What are we preparing as a backup or as a system for the Mwananchi and the opposition? That is the big elephant in the room, according to me. Okay? Look, Olkalau has worked because it's one unit, one constituency. Okay, so are they modeling that for the entire country? Gachagua also indicated saying that they are going to sponsor over 40 teams that will be going around the country to kind of share with the people on how to utilize the Olkalau module. But now that module, I would want to know the opposition, how will they handle the KIMS kit, which will generate the votes? Okay, and how will they counter that? Okay, meaning, will they have their system that will be able to tally those votes from all the 290 constituencies with over 10,000 polling stations? So that is the homework. That is the challenge I'm throwing out there to Gachagua, because we have 12, 13 months to go. So it is not a simple thing. It should be worked on. They should have how to implement and reinforce the Olkalau model. Thank you.
Aya, good. Mama Midi, uko na jambo la mwisho la kuongeza sasa tufunge? I think we have no. Na kuna comment kwako kidogo, na you can also hit your point to, do you think Ruto will be in Kenya as the election happens in 2027? Ama he will wait for the outcome while abroad? That is a good reaction as well. Go ahead.
The way things are going, they might be hot within this year, the way I am seeing. Unaona, kuna polisi mmoja, I don't know, officer from which place, amesema sisi kama police tuachiwe kazi yetu, kwa sababu nyinyi wakubwa mkianza kuingiza hizo politics kwa police, that means we are not supposed to be working. Sisi tunauliza nyinyi wakubwa, muturudishie polisi wetu, tuendelee na kazi yetu, ndio tuweze kudeal na hizo goons ambazo mko nazo. Na tunasema hivi kwa sababu hatuwezi kuwa sisi polisi tunatumika na watu wengine, tumechanganywa. If that is the case, then sisi tutaondoka, nyinyi muendelee na goons. Na sisi tukiwapata tutawaadhibu, kwa sababu we cannot live in a country like this. We are taking our country to the dogs. Nataka tufanye kazi ipasavyo, na mnarudi kutuingiza kwa mambo ingine ambayo hata sisi hatuelewi kazi yetu ni gani. Kwa hivyo mturudishie polisi wetu, sisi tukae kivyetu, tudeal na goods, wale sisi tutapata, ndio tuweze kufanya kazi yetu. And in fact, I thought that was a very good point. But asking myself, huyo ameongea hivyo ni police officer. Kesho yake tutasikia amefanywa nini? Because this is how Kenya is now. When you talk the way it's supposed to be, ukipeana point yako ambayo itawaguza hao watu ambao I'll call them goons, because our leaders right now, those who are doing all this evil, they are also goons, because there is no difference. You being a mastermind and the actor, you are all the same. So this police officer is being angry because now he is being misunderstood by wananchi ambao anataka kulinda maisha yao. Because we Kenyans, we are crying that we are not safe. Tukiona police, tunaona police ni mtu mbaya kwetu, because they have been put into that category of goonism. Na kwa hivyo huyo akaongea akiwa vile ako, I hope. Kwa sababu sasa Kenya imekuwa kila mtu ambaye anaongea mambo tusikize. Hatumuamini. Hii kuamini ni kama imepotea. Na ni nani amefanya ipotee? Ni Ruto mwenyewe kabisa. Kwa sababu ile mambo yote hawa watu wameongea, na Murkomen na Ruto na huyo Omolo na nini, watu ambao wanajificha, saa ile kumekuwa mwangaza, lakini usiku ndio wanyama wale wanaumiza wananchi. So we kind feel like we are not trusting anybody in Kenya. Whoever comes there trying to tell us something, tunamwamini tukiona kitendo kimetendeka kulingana na vile wananchi wanataka, because wananchi hawataki ugomvi, hawataki kifo, hawataki vita, hawataki kuumia. That is all what the wananchi are looking for. But when we see that we are suffering under these people's hands, how do we trust them? Tukiona polisi ati amesimama pale anasimamia goons wafanye kitendo kibaya, how do we trust those policemen? In fact, they need to come out and tell us, wananchi tuko na nyinyi na tunataka kuangalia maslahi yenu, because we see you are being left out. Sisi polisi, sisi ni wale ambao ni utumishi kwa wote. Safety yenu iko mikononi mwetu. But if there is one who is talking this corner, the other corner ni mtu anasimamia goons, where do we belong? And then these leaders, they come and clean themselves, saying they don't know what we are talking about, they don't know. How comes that Kenyans are being ruthlessly, being killed, being beaten, unanyang'anywa vitu zako, na hakuna hata mtu mmoja tumeona amepelekwa kotini ama ameshikwa na polisi, amegonga yule mwingine vibaya? And those are things that are going on in our country. What kind of government do we have? We don't have a government. And so they should not be coming there lying to us on TV, telling us that this and that. You are goons. Kenya is full of leaders, goons. Because we don't have people who are dealing with our safety. Sisi ndio tunajingangania. Ati kukiingia giza hivi watu wanakimbia nyumbani kabla ukutane na hao watu wabaya. Why are police not around, patrolling to see these people who are doing wrong? Kwani saa hii ndio wameambiwa wakalale ama hatuna polisi Kenya yetu? So those are many questions that we are asking. Na huyo police officer amejaribu kusema wa leaders mkae mbali, muache sisi tufanye kazi yetu. Because now there is a lot of confusion. Now leaders ambao wanatudanganya hapa ni leaders, ndio wanatufanyia hii maovu yote. In fact, if they are acting according to what they are, nobody should be suffering on the streets of Kenya. We will be going home as usual. Utachelewa kwa kazi yako na unajua salama utafika nyumbani. But nowadays, nothing like that. So for them to tell us that, first of all, wananchi wa Kenya, hii serikali iende, because it is the one causing all these pain and sufferings of our country. There's nothing else. Ikiwa kama hawa akina Betty Maina, sijui na huyo mwingine anaitwa Kaumberi, sijui Kaimbori, they are all goons. Na ndio wameshikilia ofisi zetu. Where are we going? We need them all gone. Nobody should remain. Kwa sababu mimi kwa nini niishi na hofu kwa nchi yangu? Ni kama nimeenda another country whereby I am not known. Kwa hivyo sasa huko nitaishi na hofu. This is our country where we live and we will ever live. Alafu tuishi na hofu, na wenye kufanya hiyo hofu, in fact it is something cultivated, constructed. Si kitu iko hapo, ni watu wametengeneza hiyo hofu. Ni watu wametengeneza watu wawe wanaumiza wale wengine. There is nothing else. Hakuna mtu ambaye anakubaliwa kwenda kuumiza mtu yule mwingine. But they have been given mandate. Ona mtu kama Kionjuri, ati anabeba a big load of miti ya jembe. Ati watu wakapewe, wakapige nani? Wanachunga nani? Wakachunge mbuzi ama ng'ombe? You are being given those sticks to go and hit your fellow Kenyan. Why? What benefit do you get? Huh? All these things that have been happening in Kenya, bad things, they have been created by this government that we have. Hatukuwa na shida ya kutembea. Watoto wetu tungekuwa tunawatuma kwa duka. Hata jioni unatoka kazini hakuna sukari, mtoto wangu kimbilia sukari. Nowadays we can't. Mtoto anapatikana kwa barabara amechukuliwa na mwewe. Yani hakuna usalama pande zozote. Why? This government is the rotten government we have ever had in our country. Si mtu mzima, si mtoto, everybody akona pahali ya kupelekwa, ambapo si pale anaishi ama anatakiwa kuwa. Mtoto anaibiwa. Umeona watu wangapi wameenda kucomplain, watoto wangu wameenda, sijui wameenda wapi, and they never get them. Where are the children going? Watu wanauana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Unaona mtu anatembea tu, ametoka kazi, amechoka na kabagi yake ama kapepa bagi, amebeba chakula ile anaenda kupika, anapigwa nyundo ya kichwa. Amekukosea nini? Nini mbaya? And these people are many and they are never arrested. Hiyo kitu kwanza ndio inaniumiza. They are not arrested. Nobody have been arrested. Polisi wako wapi? Mumeambiwa mulale watu waumizane. What is your work? Why are you being paid money? Why are you looking for salary? Surely. Si mtuambie hamuko kazi, sisi tujisimamie. Because if Kenyans are given light, waonyeshwe tu light hivi ya kuonyesha ati sisi tuko peke yetu, kwa hivyo huu mwangaza tuufuate, Kenyans will do. You're not fearing anybody. Lakini hamwezi kuendelea kuumiza watu all sides. Pande zote tumezungukwa na adui ambao hata hatuwajui. Adui ambao wameundwa na hii serikali. Imagine it started slowly by slowly. Now it is all over the country. Disappearance of our children. Kama wewe ni mzima huwezi kubebwa, unagongwa nyundo ya kichwa ndio wachukue kile uko nacho. If we had a leadership that cares about wananchi, those things would not be happening. There are a lot of chaos happening in our country that needs a lot of concentration. Lakini si hii serikali iko hapo. Hiyo ni serikali mbovu na ndio wanatuumiza. By the way, those goons ndio hao. Because goons, they are doing that because they know they will not be asked, they will not be arrested, they will not face the consequences. Unataka tukufe wangapi? So Kenyans, it's our country, not theirs. These are very few people among millions of Kenyans. We need to fight for our country. Thank you, Chiro.
No, I think, Mama Mary, that conclusion is good. We can cross to Patane Kesho. I think, thank you. I hope we have given you enough time to exhaust what you needed to say, right?
Yeah, I'm good, you know.
So, thank you.
It's so painful to see that watoto wetu wanaishi na hofu, watu wazima wanaishi na hofu, na bado watu tunaambiwa kuna serikali ya nini? It's better no serikali, tukae bila. Tujue tuko kivyetu, kwa sababu hata tunaumia zaidi kwa sababu yao. Wametuletea ajali nyingi sana, ambazo ni kutuchekelea tu, wanatuchekelea. It's so sad. It's very sad. Our country doesn't deserve that. We deserve our country as good as it should be, because we are peaceful people and we love each other. Hii mambo ya kututenga. And by the way, let me say this before you close, Njiro. When Ruto says that atakata Central achukue pandi moja, ya nini? Unakata ya nini? Is Central not Kenya? Is that part you are cutting is not in Kenya? What are you looking for? You're trying to brew enmity between people and people. Ni nini hiyo unasema utatenga ama utachukua kipande moja? What for? Are you leading a Kenya or you are leading part of the Kenya? Na bado unatueleza hapa ati I want to bring Kenyans together. Who are you bringing together when you are dividing people? Ruto, stop those lies. And you better forget about leadership. It doesn't fit you. If that is how you lead your house, go to it. Leave our country alone. Umebabaisha roho nyingi za watu. Umeulisha watu wengi. Watoto wetu wameuawa. I'm not sweeping people into emotions, but this is a reality. Uchungu ule tuko nao ni mwingi. Na haiwezi isha hao wakiwa hapo. It will continue. Kwa hivyo wananchi wa Kenya, kumaliza uchungu, lakini ni uchungu ambao hautaisha kwa sababu watoto wetu wameuawa. Lakini it's better we cut it off. At least isiwe inaendelea. Because the pain we have gone through right now, we don't want more. We want to stop it. And to stop is to bring these people down. Take them out. They don't deserve to be with us. They deserve to be in hell. Not in Kenya. Because all what they have tried to do is to make us feel like we are fools, and we are not supposed to be happy at all. Ni wazazi wangapi wanalia nchi ya Kenya? Who caused that? Who caused the pain of the people of Kenya? Na wanaenda wanafanya hiyo pain, wanarudi wanakuja wanasimama kwa runinga ama kwa jukwaa kueleza watu, unatueleza nini? When people are crying, what are you telling us? Something that is irreversible. Kitu ambacho hatuwezi badilisha. Uhai wa mtu. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya, tafadhali, this is a chance that we need to get these people out. And they should go, all of them, because nobody is telling us something that can benefit us or make us feel at home. Kenya is more important than those hooligans. They are talking to us, kutukejeli, mockery, sarcastic. That is how this regime is. Mimi hata ninashindwa wanatoaga wapi maneno ya kuambia wananchi baada ya kufanya maovu kama hii. Where do you start? And how do you feel when you stand in front of people knowing the evil things you have done to them? Asante Njiro. That's enough.
Mama Miri, wacha tufunge, eh? It's okay. Is that right?
Yes, have a good night.
Good night too.